Chapter 953. Jianshan's sudden return stunned the ancestor of the Tai Hong clan slightly, but he returned to his senses soon after. He chuckled aloud. "I've just mentioned the ruler and you've returned. You sure have come back at the right time. I wonder if the ruler's trip to the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall went well." Jianshan and newbies stood 5 meters away from the ancestor of the Tai Hong clan. Jianshan calmly stared at the ancestor and said, "There's no need for me to answer these questions. Taido, 5 years have passed. It's time for us to come to an end." Jianshan had directly called the ancestor by his name, which immediately infuriated the other experts of the Tai Hong clan. Immediately, a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler pointed at Jianshan and yelled out, "How dare you call the ancestor by his name? You've lost your patience. Since your turtle clan is about to become a subsidiary tribe of my Tai Hong clan, why don't you apologize to the ancestor quickly? Only then will I forgive your disrespect." The people of the Tai Hong clan had already begun to treat the turtle clan as a subsidiary of their clan. As a result, there were still a few people who did not take Jianshan seriously even though he was the ruler of the turtle clan. This was because in their eyes, the people of the turtle clan were people with powerful defenses and extremely weak attacks. They did not pose much of a threat. Jianshan's eyes turned cold, but before he could do anything, newbies had already turned into a golden blur and charged toward the person. Before the person could react, newbies had already stabbed into the person's chest and pulled out a bloody heart. "Arg!" The expert who had insulted Jianshan produced a chilling cry. His face was filled with pain. Although he would not lose his life from having his heart taken away, the excruciating pain was unbearable. Newbies crushed the heart in his hand and coldly stared at the expert. He coldly said, "This is the result of insulting my brother. If there's a next time, I, the great Newbies, will definitely take your dog life." Newbies' face was cold. He did not give the Tai Hong clan any face at all. Everyone immediately fell silent when they saw this. Everyone stared at Newbies' bloody hand and immediately became filled with deep fear. The 2nd and 3rd elders were stunned by Newbies' ruthlessness as well. He was bold enough to personally dig out the heart of one of their clansmen right in front of the ancestor of the Tai Hong clan. Whether it was his strength or courage, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. However, what shocked them even more was the strength that Newbies had suddenly erupted with. He was no weaker than them. The ancestor of the Tai Hong clan, Tai Do, paled. He had failed to see through Newbies' strength earlier, nor did he think that Newbies would suddenly attack one of his clansmen. As a result, he had been careless and allowed Newbies to injure one of his clansmen. "Your Excellency, you sure talk big. Let this old man see how capable you are. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of this old man?" the old ancestor of the Tai Hong clan said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Tai Do, your opponent is me." Jianshan stood in front of Newbies as he stared at the ancestor of the Tai Hong clan emotionlessly. Tai Do's politeness had completely vanished. He coldly snorted, "Whatever. Ruler of the Turtle clan, I'll let the old man subdue you first before teaching this arrogant brat a lesson." Jianshan sneered, "Tai Do, don't forget about our agreement. If I lose this battle, the Turtle clan will become a vassal of your Tai Hong clan. However, if you lose, your Tai Hong clan will become the leader of the Turtle clan." With that, Jianshan flew into the sky. "All right, if I lose, my Tai Hong clan will pledge loyalty to the Turtle clan. However, ruler of the Turtle clan, do you think that I might lose?" Tai Do was filled with confidence. He understood Jianshan's strength extremely well. Since he could enter the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, it was impossible for him to surpass the 14th star. He was at the peak of the 14th star at most. He refused to believe that Jianshan could grow to a level where he could match him in just 5 short years. In order to avoid harming the Turtle clan, Jianshan and Tai Do moved the battle several dozen kilometers away. At this moment, the two of them stopped in the air above a mountain range several dozen kilometers away. In the surroundings were the experts of the Turtle Clan and Tai Hong Clan who had hurried over to watch the show. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, I won't bully the weak. I'll let you have 10 moves, so do it, Tai-Do arrogantly said as he hovered in the air with his arms crossed. Newbies heard every single word Tai-Do had said from afar. He immediately laughed aloud uncontrollably. Jianshan, did you hear that? He said he'll let you have 10 moves. You better not disappoint him. Jianshan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked at Tai-Do in disdain and said, Tai-Do, you don't have the right to let me have 10 moves. I only need a single strike to heavily injure you. As he said that, a vast presence radiated from Jianshan. This was the strength of the Holy Emperor at the third heavenly layer. At the same time, the Emperor armament appeared in Jianshan's hand. It shone with a surging black light as a destructive presence swept through the surroundings. It formed a tremendous pressure that enveloped the surroundings, causing the expressions of all the spectators to change drastically. At that moment, everyone, including Tai-Do, looked at Jianshan in a different light. Their gazes were filled with deep fear and disbelief. Jianshan raised the Emperor armament in his right hand, and it immediately began to emit a surging sword chi. He swung his sword several hundred meters away, and the powerful sword chi immediately tore through the air as a black streak of light, shooting toward Tai-Do with lightning-like speed. Tai-Do became extremely stern. He could clearly sense the power of Jianshan's attack. Without any hesitation, he immediately mobilized all the energy in his body, fusing it with the world force to condense a 3-meter-wide circular shield in front of him to block the incoming sword chi. Boom! The shield that Tai-Do had condensed with all his strength shattered when it came in contact with Jianshan's sword chi. However, the sword chi did not slow down at all, continuing toward Tai-Do and passing through his chest. Arg! Tai-Do cried out in pain. He could no longer maintain his levitation and fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. The surrounding people were all stunned by this scene, especially the group of people from the Tai Hong family. Their expressions all became dumbstruck. Tai-Do was the most powerful existence in the Tai Hong clan, yet he had been defeated so easily by a single strike from the ruler of the Turtle Clan. All of them found this unbelievable. The eyes of the experts of the Turtle Clan, the second elder, and the third elder widened as well. They all stared at this scene in disbelief. All of them struggled to accept this. The ancestor of the Tai Hong clan was a 16th star expert, yet he could not even receive a single strike from the ruler of the Turtle Clan. They all felt deeply shocked. Jianshan floated down and arrived before Tai-Do. He asked, "Do you accept your loss?" Tai-Do stood up with great difficulty with a pale face. He looked at Jianshan in fright as deep fear remained in his eyes. He gloomily said, "I've lost. From today onwards, my Tai Hong clan will submit to the Turtle Clan and follow their lead. Come back to the Turtle Clan with me," Jianshan said to Tai-Do before calling everyone back to the Turtle Clan. The news of the ruler of the Turtle Clan defeating the ancestor of the Tai Hong clan spread across the entire Turtle Clan very quickly. It immediately caused the entire clan to rejoice. Joy filled the entire place, but even more people were discussing the ruler's strength. At this moment, Jianshan, all the senior members of the Turtle Clan, and all the people of the Tai Hong clan had gathered in the hall. Jianshan sat on the throne as he glared down. His face was filled with an irresistible dignity. Tai-Do, please tell everyone just what relationship the second elder and third elder have with your Tai Hong clan and why the two elders have spoken up for you time and time again. Jianshan stared at Tai-Do. The expressions of the two elders changed when they heard that. They immediately understood that Jianshan was about to make an example out of them. When they thought about how they had opposed Jianshan in the past, they could not help but begin to regret it. However, it was all too late. The second elder immediately stood up and explained, "Ruler, please do not slander us. That's right, the two of us have indeed done some things that displeased the ruler in the past, and we were only thinking for the sake of the Turtle Clan when it came to the matter of the Tai Hong clan. We had no other intentions because we were not the Tai Hong clan's opponent back then. If we were to fight, we would definitely suffer heavy losses. The second elder is correct. We took the lead in surrendering to the Tai Hong clan before because we were thinking for the sake of the Turtle Clan. We had no other intentions. I hope the ruler can be fair and not wrongly accuse good people, the third elder explained as well. The two of them no longer dared to speak to Jianchen with the same tone as before. They had become much more respectful. Jianchen ignored the two elders and asked Taido, "Taido, tell me what is going on. I hope you're not lying to me, or you should know the consequences." Taido hesitated for a while before standing up from his chair. He clasped his hands at Jianchen. "King, the second and third elders have already been bribed by our Tai Hong clan many years ago. They have already reached an agreement with our Tai Hong clan. Once the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan dies, they will immediately lead the Turtle Clan to become a part of our Tai Hong clan." What? The second elder and third elder are actually spies. They're traitors to our Turtle Clan. A flurry of discussion immediately rang out in the hall. All the senior members of the Turtle Clan were surprised. "Nonsense. Ruler, don't listen to Taido's lies. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. He wants our Turtle Clan to kill each other. This is Taido's lie. Ruler, don't listen to his one-sided story." The second elder and third elder began to quibble. They refused to admit it no matter what. The two of them knew what kind of punishment awaited them if they were convicted of this crime. The Turtle Clan had existed for many years and possessed a set of strict rules. They clearly recorded the consequences of traitors. Taido took out a beast hide from his space ring and said, "Ruler, this is the agreement our Tai Hong clan signed with the two elders back then. The imprints of the two elders' souls are on it, so it can't be faked." Jianchen extended his hand, and the beast hide immediately flew into his hand. His face immediately sank when he read the content. He tossed the beast hide to an expert of the Turtle Clan below and said, "Everyone, take a look." The beast hide was passed down one by one. Very soon, all the experts of the Turtle Clan in the hall looked through it. Their faces all became ugly after reading the content. The faces of the second elder and the third elder turned pale. Their eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 954. At this moment, a saint ruler of the Turtle Clan walked over. He clasped his hands at Jianchen and said, "Ruler, I am the disciplinary elder of the Turtle Clan. The second elder and third elder have colluded with outsiders and have committed the crime of betrayal. Their crimes cannot be forgiven and should be executed." That's right. The second elder and third elder have actually colluded with outsiders in an attempt to harm our Turtle Clan. They have committed an unforgivable crime and should be executed. Voices of agreement immediately rang out in the hall. Many of the senior members of the Turtle Clan furiously spoke. Although the second and third elders were esteemed figures in the Turtle Clan, their actions had infuriated everyone. The second elder and third elder's faces became extremely ugly. They looked at each other and knew that the situation was hopeless. They immediately leapt out of the hall in an attempt to flee. Jianchen suddenly stood up from the throne. The Emperor armament immediately appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the two of them. Sword Qi shot out like a streak of light, breaking through the restraints of space and catching up to the two elders in a single moment. It passed through their heads, wiping out their souls and wiping out the two elders' souls. The two elders were completely wiped out. Do you see that? This is the fate of traitors. Jianchen coldly stood before the throne. He stood with his back straight as he spoke coldly. He glanced past everyone below with a sharp gaze. Anyone who met Jianchen's gaze could not help but lower their heads. Taido, once you've recovered, immediately return and arrange for the Tai Hong clan to submit to the Turtle Clan, Jianchen quickly ordered. Yes, ruler, Taido replied with clasped hands. A saint ruler of the Turtle Clan stepped forward. He politely clasped his hands at Jianshin and said, "Ruler, many of the crystal mines that originally belonged to our Turtle Clan have been taken away by other clans and organizations in the past few years. I hope the ruler can lead our Turtle Clan to take back the mines." Jianshin nodded slightly. He looked at Tai Do and said, "Tai Do, once you've dealt with the matters of the Tai Hong clan, immediately lead the experts of your clan to my Turtle Clan. Take back the crystal mine that was stolen from us in the past. If you come across anyone you can't defeat, immediately report to me." "As you wish, ruler," Tai Do replied respectfully. Tai Do replied politely. He had already sworn a blood oath before to serve the Turtle Clan and Jianshin. After dealing with the matters of the Turtle Clan, Jianshin and newbies both entered seclusion. They left the matters of the Turtle Clan to the senior members. A golden tower hovered in the air within a heavily guarded room of the Turtle Clan. Jianshin and newbies were currently organizing the space rings they had collected from the Divine Hall. There were many things in the space rings, and there were even space rings hidden within the space rings. As a result, the number of space rings had increased from around 100 to around 400. Jianshin and newbies worked for over a dozen days before they finished organizing the items in the space rings. Not only had they obtained great wealth from the space rings, but they had also obtained all the items that belonged to the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. They had also completely pieced together the Tian-level battle saint technique that had been divided into countless pieces. There was also a personal note that recorded the comprehension of the Eight Wastelands and a few diary entries from the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, as well as a cultivation method. Jianshin and newbies had read through the diary entries and cultivation comprehensions of the Eight Wastelands. Although it did not increase their strength, they still benefited greatly and widened their horizons. The diary entries left behind by the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands related to his cultivation and breakthroughs after reaching the level of the Holy Emperor. However, his voice was filled with regret. Emperors use origin energy to cultivate, but there is no origin energy in the current world. They can only nurture themselves by absorbing vast amounts of energy of the world, but progress is slow. With the Emperor's 10,000 years of life, it's impossible for them to break through. The four ancient sovereigns will never appear again. Jianshin understood why there was no origin energy in the current world. It was all because of the lunisolar cave on Dragon Island. All the origin energy had been sucked away by the Inyang Saint Rock, leaving nothing behind. As a result, there were so few Holy Emperor-level experts in the current world. From what the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands had said, Jianshin could vaguely guess that all the Holy Emperor-level experts were probably absorbing vast amounts of energy of the world to slowly refine it into origin energy, increasing their strength. However, the rate of progress was extremely slow. With the lifespan of the Holy Emperor, it was impossible for him to reach the peak, let alone break through. In the end, the complete cultivation method was the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. However, Jianshin and newbies were unable to cultivate the cultivation method of the sea race, so they could only find Diablo in the end. Diablo was obviously extremely excited after obtaining the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. He immediately took the cultivation method and began cultivating it. Although it might not be enough for him to break through to the Holy Emperor level, there were some secret techniques of the sea race in the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. His battle prowess would definitely increase drastically if he grasped these secret techniques. Jianshin did not comprehend the Tian-level saint technique recorded on the stone tablet because it was only suitable for the sea race. He needed to transform into his original form to use it, so it was not suitable for Jianshin at all. However, newbies began to comprehend it with great interest. His original form was that of a magical beast, so he was extremely close to the requirements to use the Tian-level saint technique. He did not seek to grasp the powerful battle skill. Instead, He only sought to comprehend it and use it as a reference to improve himself. Aside from these things, there was also a mountain of crystal coins, a large number of god-tier crystals, high-class monster cores, and so on. Jianshan was able to replenish the resources he had used up after breaking through to the third layer of the chaotic body. Jianshan was overjoyed. If he refined all these things, he might not be able to break through to the fourth layer of the chaotic body, but his chaotic Niden would strengthen by quite a lot at the very least. Jianshan did not kill the surviving Class 8 vicious beasts in the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. Instead, he allowed them to live in the Divine Hall. He planned on making them the protectors of the Divine Hall, so he carved out an area for them to be raised. After dealing with all these matters, Jianshan left the artifact space all by himself. Newbies and Xie Wang remained in the artifact space. One of them comprehended the Tian level Saint technique, while the other studied the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. When Jianshan reappeared in the Turtle Clan, the Tai Hong clan had officially become a subordinate of the Turtle Clan. Tai Do had already led a few experts of the Tai Hong clan to work with the Turtle Clan. They began to take back the crystal mines that had been stolen from them. Jianshan did not stay in the Turtle Clan for long. He left after handing over some matters. He first went to the tomb of the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan to pay his respects before making his way to the Poseidon Hall. A majestic divine hall hovered in the air at the center of the Poseidon Hall's territory. This was the core of the Poseidon Hall's territory. Countless experts had gathered there. Jianshan entered the divine hall without any obstructions with his guest Elder Medallion. He found the hall elder, Elder Hong, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with him, he cut straight to the chase. He said, "Elder Hong, I want to see the hall master. I hope you can pass on the message." Elder Hong fell silent. He did not ask for the reason and said, "All right, I'll ask His Majesty." With that, Elder Hong slowly closed his eyes. Jianshan calmly sat across from Elder Hong and waited quietly. His expression did not change at all. A while later, Elder Hong slowly opened his eyes and said to Jianshan, "His Majesty has agreed. Come with me. I'll take you there." Chapter 955. Jianshan followed Elder Hong into the depths of the Divine Hall. In the end, they arrived at a majestic hall and directly entered through the door. The interior of the palace was bright and grand, but the huge palace was empty, without a single person in sight. Jianshan and Elder Hong stopped in the center of the hall. Elder Hong said to Jianshan, "Jianshan, wait here." "Yes, Elder Hong," Jianshan replied and looked around curiously. Elder Hong retreated, and the heavy door of the hall closed once again. Instantly, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Jianshan stood in the hall and waited by himself. He was composed, without any worry at all. A while later, Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly looked up and saw that a woman had appeared on the empty throne. She had arrived so suddenly that Jianshan had failed to sense her at all. The woman seemed to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful, to the point where even the words devastatingly beautiful were insufficient to describe her beauty. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was so beautiful that all men in the world would go crazy for her. Her beauty was like a flower fairy from the heavens. She was sacred, noble, and inviolable. It was impossible for her to appear in this world. The woman wore a dark blue dress. Her dark green hair flickered with a faint blue light, cascading down like a waterfall and draping over her shoulders in an extremely natural manner. She currently sat on the throne as she stared at Jianshan with her enchanting eyes. Even with Jianshan's mental fortitude, he could not help but become dazed when he saw the woman's appearance. Probably only the heavenly enchantress could rival her beauty out of all the women he had seen before. Is this the face of the hall master of the Poseidon Hall? Jianshan thought. This was the first time he had seen the beauty of a holy emperor. Jianshan returned to his senses very soon. He immediately clasped his hands at the woman politely and said, Jianchen greets the hall master. Jianchen, why have you come looking for me? The hall master of the Poseidon Hall asked. Her gentle and lively voice was filled with emotionless indifference. She did not show any emotion at all. Her gaze toward Jianchen was as calm as a well, like a pool of stagnant water. Hall Master, I want to pay a visit to the Serpent God Hall and the Heaven's Spirit Hall to take revenge for what was stolen back then, said Jianchen. The Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall, after a moment of thought, you want me to help you keep the Hall Masters of the other halls busy? Correct, that's exactly what I want. I hope the Hall Master can assist me, said Jianchen. He needed to keep the Holy Emperor busy before he went to the Serpent God Hall and the Heaven's Spirit Hall. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall and the Saint Artifact, he would probably be done for. This was because the Holy Emperor could already destroy the Saint Artifacts and the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall. The Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall hesitated for a while before saying, The people of our 3 halls cannot cross our territory without permission, but you are only a guest of my hall, not a member of my hall. As a result, you can freely enter the territories of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall. When you go, challenge your past enemies in the name of revenge. It's best if you don't provoke the dignity of the other 2 halls, just in case their hall elders take action. I will keep the hall masters of the 2 halls busy for you. Go. Thank you, Your Highness. Jianchen beamed as he clasped his hands in thanks. With the hall master of the Poseidon Hall secretly keeping them busy, there was nothing for him to worry about. At this moment, the azure-clothed Qing Yishuan sat on a bed and cultivated in a side hall of the Poseidon Hall. At this moment, her expression changed, and she slowly opened her eyes. With a thought, she dispersed the barrier around the hall and said indifferently, Come in. Very soon, a young man dressed in the attire of the emissary of the Poseidon Hall walked in politely. He clasped his hands at Qing Yishuan and said, Esteemed Senior Qing Yishuan, the person you wanted me to keep an eye on has appeared. He has just arrived in the Divine Hall and is making his way towards the core of the hall. A gleam of light flashed through Qing Yishuan's eyes. Her alluring face immediately became frosty. She said, I understand. You can leave. Yes, Senior, the temple emissary replied respectfully and slowly retreated. After the emissary left, Qing Yishuan stood up from the bed. Qing Yishuan also stood up from the bed. She gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect you to actually not die in the 8 Desolation Divine Hall. Although the 8 Desolation map fragment is gone, I, Qing Yishuan, will take back the humiliation you gave me back then no matter what. Now that you don't have that old turtle by your side, I'd like to see who can protect you. Once I capture you, I will definitely torture you properly to vent my anger. With that, Qing Yishuan directly left the hall. Jianchen left the hall where he had met the hall master of the Poseidon Hall. Afterwards, he went to Elder Hong's place and sat for a while before leaving in a hurry. He directly flew towards the territory of the Serpent God Hall. Jianchen flew through the air against the fierce wind. Very soon, he was several tens of thousand kilometers away from the Divine Hall and arrived above a barren mountain range. Jianchen stopped above a towering mountain range. He stood at the very top as a teasing smile appeared on his lips. Senior Qing Yishuan, may I ask how long you plan on following me? With that, a heavy killing intent suddenly appeared, filling the air. A sword that flickered with a faint azure light suddenly appeared behind Jianchen, stabbing toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed. Jianchen gently snorted. Without even turning around, the Emperor armament immediately appeared in his hand. He directly swung it behind him. Ding! With a gentle sound, the sword behind him was knocked off course by the Emperor armament, piercing past Jianchen's side. An Emperor armament! That's an Emperor armament! No, that's impossible! How do you have an Emperor armament? A voice filled with shock rang out from behind Jianchen. Qing Yishuan appeared in the air in azure clothes. Her mouth was agape as she stared at the emperor armament in Jianqin's hand in disbelief. Jianqin slowly turned around and said, Senior Qing Yishuan, I'm no longer the person you can bully in the past. My strength has skyrocketed now and I have an emperor armament. You're no longer my opponent. Qing Yishuan became stern. She stared at Jianqin with both envy and jealousy. She gritted her teeth. Damned brat, I never thought you'd be so lucky to have an emperor armament. You must have obtained the emperor armament from the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. Jianqin casually swung the emperor armament and smiled. That's right. The emperor armament did indeed come from the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. I still have to thank Senior Qing Yishuan for the incomplete map of the 8 wastelands. If it weren't for it, it would have been impossible for me to enter the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, let alone obtain the emperor armament. With that, Qing Yishuan immediately thought of how she had been robbed of the incomplete map of the 8 wastelands. Her eyes immediately burned with fury as she glared at Jianqin viciously. Her gaze was basically tempting to eat Jianqin's flesh and drink Jianqin's blood. Qing Yishuan's expression also made Jianqin think back to when he had stolen the incomplete map of the 8 wastelands from her. A sliver of awkwardness immediately appeared on his face. He smiled faintly. Senior Qing Yishuan, I've offended you back then. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. I still have matters to attend to today, so I won't keep you company. I hope you won't follow me anymore. With that, Jianqin turned around and flew off, continuing on his way. Qing Yishuan hovered in the air with a pale white face. Her chest heaved violently from anger as she ground her teeth together. Her hatred for Jianqin had reached its limit, but she had nowhere to vent it, so she was furious. This was because she knew from the strike earlier that she was no longer Jianqin's opponent. The current Jianqin was no longer the weakling she had chased all over the place. Arg! Qing Yishuan roared at the sky. The surging sound reverberated through the surroundings like thunder, causing the sky to rumble. At that moment, she could only use her roar to vent the grievances in her heart. In an ancient forest on the Tianyuan continent, Huang Luan sat in the center of the underground room of the Huanggu clan. She constantly observed her surroundings as she became doubtful and surprised. I've already sensed that there's something wrong with the cultivation method Master gave me. I've already sent a message to the ancestor many days ago, so why hasn't the ancestor come get me? Huang Luan thought as worry and anxiety filled her face. At this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. The ancestor of the Huanggu clan walked in. Greetings, Master. Huang Luan immediately stood up and bowed to the ancestor of the Huanggu clan. A gleam of light flickered through the ancestor's eyes. He studied Huang Luan carefully before smiling. Disciple, may I ask where you have progressed with the cultivation method I gave you? Master, it's been a very long time since I've been home. I've been thinking about my family these past few days, so I'm unable to calm down and cultivate. I beg Master to let me go home and visit my parents, Huang Luan pleaded. The ancestor's eyes turned cold with that, but he concealed it very quickly. He continued to smile. Disciple, this is an extremely crucial moment for you. You must calm down and cultivate. You can't worry about anything else or it'll definitely affect your future accomplishments. It's best if you cultivate peacefully here. Once you reach a high level with the cultivation method I gave you, I'll obviously let you go home. Huang Luan's heart sank slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth. Master, if I can't go home, I definitely won't continue cultivating. How dare you disobey your master? The ancestor of the Huanggu clan suddenly yelled with a sunken face. Even his gaze became piercing. Huang Luan gently bit her lip and remained silent. She was only a heaven saint master right now, while the ancestor was a saint ruler. She had no power to resist at all. The ancestor stared at the silent Huang Luan with a sunken face. The light in his eyes flickered as he thought, looks like this girl has probably noticed something. The ancestor of the Huanggu clan left the secret room, but he returned very soon. He held a person in his hand. It was a pale-faced old man. He was currently bound by a thick chain. Huang Luan immediately paled in fright when she saw the bound old man. She cried out, "Ancestor!" The old man who was chained up was the Huang family's leader, Huang Tianba. Chapter 956. Great-grandfather, great-grandfather! Huang Luan threw herself before Huang Tianba and cried out in panic. Her voice was filled with fear as tears poured out of her eyes like a fountain. Huang Tianba slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was dim and lifeless, and his face was filled with unconcealable weakness. "Luan, it's all great-grandfather's fault. I shouldn't have agreed to let you become this bastard's disciple," Huang Tianba said weakly. His face was filled with anger. "Great-grandfather!" Huang Luan sobbed. She had never thought that the ancestor of the Huang family would actually be captured by the ancestor of the Huanggu clan. With that, not only would the relationship between the two clans be completely severed, but the two of them would not be able to leave this place. The ancestor of the Huang family raised his head with difficulty and glared at the ancestor of the Huanggu clan viciously. He gritted his teeth. "Bastard, to think that I trusted you so much and treated your Huanggu clan as a family friend. I never thought you'd do something like this. Just what secrets do you have for imprisoning us here?" Several days ago, Huang Tianba had received a message from Huang Luan. As he did not know about Huang Luan's current situation, he had hurried over from the Huang family without any preparations to see her. However, he had never thought that the ancestor of the Huanggu clan would launch a sneak attack while he was unprepared, heavily injuring him and imprisoning him. The ancestor used a secret technique to seal his strength, reducing him to the level of an ordinary person. Even now, the ancestor of the Huang family had no idea why the ancestor of the Huanggu clan would treat him like this. The ancestor of the Huanggu clan sneered, "Huang Tianba, there's no need for you to know about this. Just stay in the Huanggu clan for now. I won't mistreat you." "Bastard, my family's Luan has a close relationship with Jianchen. Furthermore, my Huang family has close ties with the influential figures in Changyang Prefecture. The Changyang Prefecture will definitely not let you go," Huang Tianba shouted sternly. The ancestor of the Huanggu clan sneered, "Huang Tianba, don't think I don't know that the relationship between your Huang family and Changyang Prefecture is completely built on Jianchen. Now that Jianchen isn't here, Changyang Prefecture won't care about your Huang family. Moreover, how is it possible for the Changyang clan to know about what happened here? Huang Tianba, you better give up on this idea. Bastard, you won't have a good ending," Huang Tianba roared. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the ancestor of the Huanggu clan. He coldly said, "Humph, Huang Tianba, that's enough." With that, the ancestor of the Huanggu clan slammed his hand into Huang Tianba's back, causing him to vomit blood. He became even more haggard. "Don't hurt great-grandfather!" Huang Luan let out a hysterical cry. Looking at Huang Tianba's dispirited expression, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. The ancestor of the Huanggu clan stared at Huang Luan with a sinister smile. He sneered, "My good disciple, your great-grandfather's life is in your hands now. If you want your great-grandfather to be safe, you better properly cultivate the cultivation method I passed on to you." With that, the ancestor of the Huanggu clan left the secret room and trapped Huang Luan in there again. Huang Luan knelt on the ground and sobbed. Her only hope had originally been the ancestor of the Huang family, but now that Huang Tianba had been captured, she had lost everything she could rely on. Now that she was trapped in the dark room and completely cut off from the outside world, Huang Luan felt like the sky was about to collapse. She felt so helpless. "Jianchen, where are you right now?" Huang Luan sobbed softly. She could not help but think of Jianchen in this despairing situation. Jianchen was the only person who had close ties with the Huang family and could fend off the Huanggu clan. No one in the outside world knew about what had happened in the Huanggu clan. Even the Huang family had no idea because no one in the Huang family knew about the ancestors' departure. As for the Changyang prefecture in Lore City, they had never thought that the ancestor of the Huang family would end up in such a dangerous situation. Jianshan had already entered the territory of the Serpent God Hall in the Sea Realm. His tremendous presence whistled through the sky, directly passing over countless clans and organizations. He alarmed countless people along the way. However, no one came looking for trouble with his current strength. Even those who were more powerful than him did not want to offend such a powerful enemy over such a small matter and cause endless trouble for their clans. Although there were many more experts of various levels of cultivation in the Sea Realm than on the Tianyuan continent, a holy emperor was enough to move through the Sea Realm unhindered. Jianshan flew over the territory of the Serpent God Hall in a flashy manner. He aggressively made his way to the core of the Serpent God Hall's authority. After 2 days of traveling, he finally arrived at the huge Divine Hall at the very center of the territory. The Divine Hall was pitch black, hovering in the air like a huge fortress. It was engraved with images of serpent dragons. They either roared at the sky or brandished their claws. They were of various shapes and sizes, and they were all extremely lifelike, as if they were living creatures. At the top of the Divine Hall, there was a huge black serpent that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a king that looked down on the world. It gave off a vast and mighty aura, giving off the feeling that it was the only supreme being in this world. Jianshan hovered above the Divine Hall with his arms crossed. A tremendous presence radiated from him, forming wave after wave that constantly slammed into the majestic Divine Hall. Although this was unable to harm the Divine Hall at all, it was filled with a strong provocation. "How dare you? Who is bold enough to act so insolently before my Serpent God Hall?" A thunderous bellow immediately rang out from the Divine Hall. Several Saint Ruler emissaries flew out furiously. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. When the emissaries had completely left the Divine Hall, he flipped his right hand and the Emperor armament appeared in his hand. He directly swung it at the emissaries. A huge crescent-shaped sword chi shot out, bringing with it devastating ripples of energy as it shot towards the emissaries. In the end, it slashed through their chests, cleaving them in half. A few Divine Palace emissaries let out blood-curdling screams as they fell from the sky, accompanied by a large amount of blood. However, Jianshan's sword chi did not slow down at all. It continued on its way, striking the huge Divine Hall of the Serpent God Hall heavily. It erupted with a heavy boom, causing the entire hall to tremble gently. This immediately alarmed all the experts in the Serpent God Hall. Immediately, countless vast presences flooded out from the Divine Hall. Several dozen figures rose into the air from various directions, flying out of the Divine Hall with lightning-like speed. These people were all elders of the Serpent God Hall. Basically, most of the Holy Emperor experts in the territory of the Serpent God Hall had gathered here. There were even more emissaries behind them. In the blink of an eye, a large group of people had gathered around Jianshan. Other than the several dozen Holy Emperor experts, there were several hundred emissaries as well. The several hundred people formed a circle surrounding Jianshan. Vast and tremendous presences radiated from them, forming an impenetrable net in the air, firmly enveloping Jianshan. "Who are you? State your name. How dare you injure the emissaries of the Serpent God Hall and attack the Supreme Divine Hall? Are you tired of living? You bastard, do you want to die? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of the Supreme Divine Hall of the Serpent God Hall?" Countless curses rang out in the surroundings. All of them stared at Jianshan coldly as killing intent filled their eyes. However, even more of their gazes were focused on the Emperor armament in Jianshan's hand. A sharp light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. With a jolt of his arm, he pointed his sword at the sky and the Emperor armament immediately surged with a black light. A destructive presence enveloped a radius of several dozen kilometers. He yelled out, "If anyone dares to say another word, don't blame me for being merciless. Silence. Silence. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent. In a single moment, the entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Jianchen blankly, while quite a few of them stared at Jianchen in a daze. They were not frightened by Jianchen. Instead, they were stunned by Jianchen. In all these years, no one had ever dared to say such arrogant words in front of so many people in the Sea Realm, much less challenge the dignity of the Serpent God Hall alone. Jianchen was the first. Ignorant brat. You actually overestimate yourself and challenge the dignity of our Serpent God Hall. Let me see just what you're capable of, a white-haired old man growled. A white-haired old man called out. He immediately flew towards Jianchen with a trident in his hand. Jianchen glanced at the old man and a sliver of disdain appeared on his lips. He sneered. The Holy Emperor is at the 5th heavenly layer. You don't have the right. Jianchen suddenly stabbed out with the Emperor armament in his hand. Immediately, a huge sword chi shot toward the old man with lightning speed as it shone with a black light. The clash between the two erupted with a great boom. It was like a bolt from the blue, reverberating across a radius of 100 kilometers. The old man let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew back at an even faster speed than when he came. In the end, he slammed into the temple behind him and stopped. Immediately, he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His face had already turned pale. The people in the surroundings were in an uproar. Their gazes toward Jianchen all changed. A 16th star expert had been blown away while vomiting blood in a single clash. They were all shocked by this strength. The hall elders have arrived. A loud voice rang out from the divine hall. 6 people of various ages slowly flew out from the divine hall. They did not give off any presences at all, just like ordinary people. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He immediately looked over and discovered that he had actually seen 2 of the 6 people before. They were the 2 hall elders who had led the people of the Serpent God Hall in search of the 8 wastelands. Chapter 957. Greetings to the hall elders. The envoys gathered in the surroundings bowed to the 6 hall elders. Their faces were filled with respect and admiration. The 15-star and 16-star elders made way for the 6 temple elders. The 6 hall elders flew over from afar with sunken faces. They glared at Jianchen. 2 of them recognized Jianchen with a single glance, and heavy killing intent filled their eyes. Jianchen, I never thought it would actually be you. Our Serpent God Hall didn't go looking for you personally, yet you've actually delivered yourself to us today. Do you really think you can contend against our Serpent God Hall with just an Emperor armament? An elder coldly asked. The eyes of the other hall elders narrowed when they heard Jianchen's name. They studied Jianchen, and one of them said with a heavy voice, So you're Jianchen, the person who stole the treasure of our Serpent God Hall and obtained the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall. Jianchen, do you think you can act recklessly in our Serpent God Hall just because you obtained the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall? Do you think we won't smash your damn Divine Hall today? A hall elder with a rather bad temper bellowed. His eyes shone with a vicious light. As soon as they heard that the person before them was the person who obtained the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall, the surrounding elders who had seen Jianchen for the first time all became surprised. Their gazes were filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. Jianchen hovered in the air calmly as he faced off against the people of the Serpent God Hall. Even though he was surrounded, he did not seem nervous at all. Esteemed hall elders, you're exaggerating. I have not come to challenge the dignity of the Serpent God Hall. No matter how conceited I am, I will never believe that I have the strength to fend off the Serpent God Hall alone. Jianchen clasped his hands and smiled. How dare you say you're not here to challenge the dignity of my Serpent God Hall? You injured the emissary of my Serpent God Hall first before injuring an elder of my Serpent God Hall. Do you really think my Serpent God Hall is a pushover? Don't think you can look down on us just because you have the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall. a hall elder of the Serpent God Hall yelled out viciously. The people of the Serpent God Hall are obviously not to be trifled with, but I'm not to be trifled with either. They asked for it when I injured them earlier. They can't blame anyone else. Jianchen smiled faintly. What a nice asking for it. Jianchen, let's show old man just how capable you are. A cold gleam of light immediately flashed through the eyes of the hot-tempered hall elder, Charlie. He was about to attack Jianchen. Jianchen continued to smile faintly. His smile was rather sinister and cold. Suddenly, a huge divine hall appeared in the sky. It was majestic and gave off a tremendous pressure, blotting out the entire sky. The Eight Wastelands Divine Hall. A series of cries immediately rang out in the surroundings. The several dozen envoys and elders of the Serpent God Hall looked at the Divine Hall with burning desire. Their desire to possess the Divine Hall was so great that they almost lost their minds. Jianchen immediately flew into the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. He fused with the Divine Hall, fusing with it. At that moment, he was the Divine Hall, and the Divine Hall was him. He could use the great power within the Divine Hall as he wished. Charlie immediately calmed down in a corner of the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. He stared at the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands in the sky sternly. Esteemed Hall Elders, are you bold enough to fight me in the Divine Hall? Jianchen's voice rang out from the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. His voice was so loud that it reached a radius of several hundred kilometers, reverberating through the surroundings. Jianchen did not fear the Hall Elders at all in the Divine Hall. Although the Hall Master of the Hall, Poseidon, had warned him not to offend the Hall Elders of the Serpent God Hall, Jianchen had been forced into such a horrible state by them in the past. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could he not take revenge? Jianchen had already made up his mind before he had come. He definitely would not let the Hall Elders of the Serpent God Hall have a good time. Even if he could not injure them, he would humiliate them completely and leave them with no way out. The 6 Hall Elders all paled in anger when they heard Jianchen's arrogant words. Their chests burned with anger, but none of them dared to fight Jianchen in the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. Even the impulsive Charlie did not dare to step forward. If they really did end up in the Divine Hall, only death would await them even if they were at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength. This was because once they entered the Divine Hall, they would no longer be facing Jianchen, who was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Instead, they would be facing an expert at the level of an emperor. 6 respected elders of the Divine Palace, do you dare to fight me? Jianchen's voice rang out from the Divine Hall again. He could not help but think about how he and newbies had been forced to flee miserably by the experts of the Serpent God Hall in the past, almost losing their lives. Back then, if he had not been saved by the experts of the Poseidon Hall in the final moment, he probably would have become a prisoner of the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall long ago. He would not have been able to enjoy such glory. Jianchen, you're far too arrogant, a Hall Elder scolded in exasperation. Normally, they stood high above everyone else. They could decide someone's life and death with a wave of their hand, so how could they endure such humiliation? Moreover, the person who insulted them was an ant that they had never taken seriously a few years ago. Let's work together and attack the Divine Hall together. We'll destroy this damn Divine Hall together. Charlie was infuriated as well. Powerful energy had already surged around him. The 6 Hall Elders struck out together, attacking the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands in the sky with their full strength. Immediately, terrifying ripples of energy formed a violent storm that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands immediately began to violently shake after being attacked by the 6 of them. Although the combined attacks of the 6 Hall Elders were unable to destroy the Divine Hall, it was enough to shake it up. The Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands suddenly expanded, going from several thousand meters to 100,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Its huge base was like a dark cloud, blotting out the sun above everyone's heads. Afterward, it fell from the sky with a tremendous presence, viciously smashing down on everyone below. Other than the 6 hall elders, there were several dozen elders with the strength of the Holy Emperor and several hundred emissaries who were enveloped by the Divine Hall. The emissaries' strength ranged from Heaven Saint Masters to Saint Rulers. All of them fled into the distance. However, the Divine Hall fell extremely quickly. They could not escape at all. The cold and heavy base of the Divine Hall came into contact with their bodies very quickly, pushing them down from the sky and toward the ground. "Hold it up!" a Hall Elder bellowed out. He supported the base of the Divine Hall with both hands in an attempt to stop the Divine Hall from falling. Unfortunately, the Divine Hall was extremely heavy. It was thousands of times heavier than a mountain. They were unable to stop the Divine Hall from falling even when they worked together. Boom! With a heavy rumble, the huge base of the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands heavily smashed into the ground above everyone's heads. At that moment, the entire world seemed to shake. The ground in a radius of several thousand kilometers shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The huge Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands had already been smashed deeply into the ground. Half of the 300-meter-tall Divine Hall had already sunk into the ground, creating a deep pit. The 6 Hall Elders, the many elders of the Serpent God Hall, and the emissaries all sank into the ground. "Jianshin, don't even think about leaving my Serpent God Hall today." A great roar rang out from afar. The voice was filled with fury. The 6 Hall Elders of the Serpent God Hall had blasted a tunnel out of the ground. They broke out of the ground and flew over from afar. Behind them were a few elders with the strength of the Holy Emperor. Aside from a few of them who were in a rather horrible shape, none of them were injured at all. However, the emissaries who were Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers were injured to varying degrees. Rumble! The Octaterra Divine Hall trembled gently with half of its body buried in the ground. It slowly rose into the air and faced the huge Divine Hall of the Serpent God Hall from afar. It seemed like it was going to be a showdown between the 2 Divine Halls. What bold words! "If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me unless your Hall Master personally takes action." Jianshin's voice rang out from the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. His voice was filled with great confidence. The 6 Hall Elders hovered in the distance. They looked at each other before gritting their teeth and dropping to one knee at the same time. They called out, "I beg the Hall Master to personally take action and punish the person who dares to challenge the dignity of our Serpent God Hall." Jianshin had the protection of the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. The 6 Hall Elders were unable to do anything to him once he hid in the Divine Hall. A while later, the expressions of the 6 Hall Elders all changed. Shock filled their eyes, and they immediately stood up. They glared at the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands with sunken faces. "Jianshin, no wonder you dare to challenge our Serpent God Hall alone. So you've actually convinced Hall Master Poseidon to keep our Hall Master of Dragon God Temple busy," an elder said with a heavy voice. Jianshin knew that the Hall Master Poseidon and the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple were probably secretly clashing with each other when he heard that. He immediately rejoiced inside. "Whatever. Jianshin, you've won. Tell me, what will it take for you to stop today?" The Hall Elder of the Serpent God Hall finally admitted defeat. Even though he was filled with reluctance, there was nothing he could do. "My requests are very simple. Firstly, the 4 divine generals of your Serpent God Hall stole something from me in the past. I want that item back now. Secondly, I want to fight the 4 divine generals to the death. No one else is allowed to interfere," Jianshin said. The 6 Hall Elders hesitated slightly before nodding in the end. Thirdly, 3 people entered the territory of the Hall Poseidon to ambush me in the past. They're called Li Fengxing, Zhou Tianzi, and Zhou Yunzi. I want you to hand them over, Jianshin said. The expressions of the 6 Hall Elders became rather ugly. They looked at one another and compromised in the end. The only person who could break through the 8 wastelands was the Hall Master, but the Hall Master was busy with the Emperor Poseidon, so he was unable to do anything. With their strength, they were unable to do anything to Jianchen at all. If the stalemate continued, it would only make the Serpent God Hall look even worse. The matter at hand was to send this vengeful demon away as soon as possible. Alright, we agree. We'll hand Li Fengxing over to you. However, Zhou Tianzi and Zhou Yunzi are not part of the Serpent God Hall. If you want them, you'll have to go to the Heaven Spirit Hall, said a hall elder. Chapter 958. Men, go and call the 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing out. A divine palace elder ordered loudly. Immediately, a hall elder flew into the divine hall in a horrible shape and went to call for the 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing. Very soon, 5 powerful presences radiated from the divine hall. The 4 divine generals who had hunted down Jianchen a few years ago flew out of the divine hall with Li Fengxing and the others. The 2 divine generals captured by the first divine hall elder of the Poseidon Hall, Atlantis, had already been exchanged by the Serpent God Hall for a large sum of money. Jianchen's eyes immediately became filled with intense killing intent when he saw his former enemies. He glared at the 5 of them. The 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall and Li Fengxing clearly knew what had happened. Their faces became very ugly as they became rather stern. Greetings, Hall Elders. The 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing clasped their hands at the 6 Hall Elders. 4 divine generals, Li Fengxing, warrior Jianchen wants to challenge you. You can accept the challenge on behalf of our Serpent God Hall, a Hall Elder sighed gently. The 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing all looked at the huge divine hall of the 8 wastelands. They were all filled with bitterness. Although they had always stayed in the divine hall, they knew exactly what had happened outside. They knew the whole story. However, what they struggled to accept was that Jianchen, who could not fight back at all a few years ago, had actually become so terrifying. With the might of the 8 wastelands divine hall, even 6 powerful hall elders could not do anything to him. Jianchen appeared at the entrance of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. He said to the 6 hall elders, I hope none of you will interfere in my battle with them. Otherwise, I, Jianchen, will never let this matter go. I will definitely turn your Serpent God Hall upside down. Of course. Don't worry. Other than the 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing, no one in our Serpent God Hall can touch you, said a hall elder with a gloomy face. Their Serpent God Hall had been utterly humiliated by what had happened today. Jianchen floated down from the divine hall with the Emperor armament in hand. He did not withdraw the huge divine hall of the 8 wastelands. Instead, it hovered high above everyone's heads like a dark cloud, causing the surroundings to suddenly darken. 4 divine generals, is the item you stole from me in the past still here? Jianchen stared at the 4 divine generals coldly. One of the divine generals took off his clothes, revealing the armor that flickered with a faint golden light. He coldly said, It's on me. Come and take it if you have the ability. He had already put on the armor he had stolen from Jianchen back then. Jianchen's eyes became even colder. He coldly said, You don't have the right to wear the armor. I'll take it back in the same way you stole it from me back then. All 5 of you can come at me together. Li Fengxing could not help but laugh aloud when he saw how Jianchen actually wanted to challenge all 5 of them. He said, All right, Jianchen, you said it yourself. I hope you don't return. With that, Li Fengxing looked at the 4 divine generals beside him. He sneered, 4 divine generals, let's go together. We'll definitely teach this ignorant brat a vicious lesson. The 4 divine generals all sneered, but they secretly rejoiced inside. They all knew that Jianchen was powerful and that it would be difficult for them to defeat him alone. However, Jianchen had actually arrogantly challenged all 5 of them together, so they were filled with confidence. Li Fengxing's strength had already reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He was the strongest magical beast in the sea realm, so his battle prowess was extremely great. The 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall were all at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, and they were skilled in teamwork. They had worked together for many years, so they had already reached a tacit understanding when they fought. With the 5 of them working together, they could even put up a fight against a peak 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. The 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing were originally beasts, so their most powerful weapons were their claws. Their hands immediately became the claws of a serpent dragon and the paws of a bear covered in black fur. As they swung their claws, they produced a string of powerful energy that shot toward Jianchen. Jianchen swung the emperor armament in his hand, and a huge crescent-shaped sword qi shot out with lightning speed, dispersing the powerful energy from the 5 of them. Attacks of this level can't injure me at all. Is this all that the mighty 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall and 5 magical beasts have? Jianchen coldly asked. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the 4 divine generals and Li Fengxing. They bellowed out together, and vast energy surged out from their bodies, coiling around them. It gradually formed 4 serpent dragons that were 300 meters long and a gigantic black bear. Roar! The black bear produced a deafening roar at the sky. It strode through the air and aggressively charged toward Jianchen. The 4 giant serpents, completely condensed from energy above the 4 divine generals, also roared at the sky. Soon after, the 4 serpents actually began to slowly fuse together. The huge black bear was also condensed from tremendous energy and world force. It ran extremely quickly, arriving before Jianchen in the blink of an eye. The emperor armament in Jianchen's hand shone with a surging black light. He was emotionless and cold as he directly swung his sword at the charging black bear. However, before his sword qi could strike the black bear, it suddenly exploded in the air, producing a deafening boom. A terrifying storm of energy erupted, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The impact caused the surrounding space to constantly distort, blurring one's vision. Jianchen swayed as he was constantly pushed back by the violent shock waves of energy. This was the result of Li Fengxing's full-powered attack. Jianchen was in the air, and had nowhere to rely on, so he was unable to block it. At this moment, a figure shot toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed from the center of the explosion. A pair of thick bear paws grabbed at Jianchen's throat and head with powerful shock waves of energy. It was Li Fengxing. Jianchen sneered. In that critical moment, the emperor armament in his hand stabbed toward Li Fengxing as a black streak of light. Li Fengxing bellowed out. His hands that had originally grabbed at Jianchen's throat and head changed to the emperor armament. His hands were covered in a layer of powerful energy. He wanted to use this opportunity to steal the emperor armament from Jianchen's hand. However, how could the emperor armament in Jianchen's hand be taken away so easily? When the emperor armament collided with Li Fengxing's hands, it actually produced a metallic screech. The powerful energy from the emperor armament caused Li Fengxing's hands to become numb. Swish! Before Li Fengxing could react, Jianchen's second attack arrived. The emperor armament flashed through Li Fengxing's hands as a black streak of light, chopping off Li Fengxing's huge paws. Arg! Li Fengxing cried out miserably. He used his arms to wrap around his severed hands before quickly retreating. Just when Jianchen wanted to pursue, a deafening roar rang out. The 4 serpent dragons condensed by the 4 divine generals had completely fused together, forming a black serpent over 30,000 meters long. It aggressively charged toward Jianchen with a tremendous presence. This was a secret technique used by the 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall. The tremendous energy and might hidden within the black dragon could even heavily injure a 6th heavenly layer holy emperor. Its power was enough to make a 7th heavenly layer holy emperor take it seriously. Jianchen remained emotionless. His face did not change at all. He had used the emperor armament as hard as he could, so his battle prowess had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the holy emperor. He was infinitely close to the 8th heavenly layer. The black dragon was powerful, but it was not enough for him to treat it with any importance. Jianchen raised the Emperor armament high in the air and swung it as hard as he could. A huge sword chi shot toward the serpent dragon as a black streak of light, colliding violently with it in the air. With a great boom, violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the surroundings to dim. The clash this time was enough to destroy the surroundings, causing the water in the sky to churn violently. Great waves were created on the surface of the sea. The sword chi and the black serpent dragon swelled in the air before dispersing together in the end. The 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall became even more stern. Their combined attack had actually been nullified by Jianchen so easily, which made them feel that something was off. Their opponent's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Jianchen used the illusory flash and arrived before the 4 divine generals in the blink of an eye as a blur. With a sudden jerk of his arm, the Emperor armament immediately turned into a blur that enveloped the 4 of them. He stabbed at the 4 divine generals again and again. The 4 divine generals were covered in a layer of fine scales. Their claws had become the claws of serpents. Their sharp claws were wrapped in a layer of powerful and dense energy as they used all their strength to block Jianchen's attacks. However, it was impossible for them to be Jianchen's opponent now that Jianchen had closed in on them. Every single stab from Jianchen possessed the might of the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. They managed to block it for 2 rounds before they were powerless. Their sharp claws were cut off by Jianchen one by one, causing them to constantly groan from the intense pain. After the claws of the 4 divine generals were all severed, the Emperor armament constantly swept past them, leaving behind vicious slashes on their bodies. Chapter 959. The 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall were covered in wounds. They were dyed red from head to toe, becoming bloody figures. They were in an extremely horrible shape. The experts of the Serpent God Hall in the surroundings were deeply shocked. Not only did Jianchen have the protection of the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall, but he was also so powerful. He had already reached the apex of the Sea Realm. What was certain was that once the disturbance in the Serpent God Hall spread, Jianchen's name would spread across the entire Sea Realm. He would become a peak expert of the Sea Realm in a single stroke. The 6 Hall Elders of the Serpent God Hall frowned. They could obviously tell that Jianchen was tormenting the 4 divine generals, but they had an agreement with Jianchen that they could not interfere with the matters between them. As a result, even though they could not bear to see the mighty 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall suffer from Jianchen's merciless torture, there was nothing they could do. The Emperor armament turned into a blur as it stabbed at the 4 divine generals again and again, causing their wounds to rapidly increase. Under Jianchen's storm-like attacks, the 4 divine generals could not fight back at all. If it were not for the fact that Jianchen did not want to kill them so quickly, they probably would have died long ago. The 4 divine generals rapidly retreated. They retreated again and again before separating in the end. Only then did they break free from Jianchen. However, only 3 of them managed to break free from Jianchen, while the remaining one was being chased by Jianchen. This person was the divine general who had taken away his golden silk armor. Jianchen, even if I die here today, I won't let you have an easy time. The immortal general who was being chased by Jianchen revealed a furious look in his eyes. Soon after that, his body began to expand rapidly, breaking his clothes. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a 300 m long flood dragon. The golden silk armor on his body was also bulging, but it didn't shatter. The golden silk armor that had been stretched countless times seemed to have become a belt, tightly wrapping around the flood dragon's upper body, but it couldn't hide its powerful body at all. Roar! The flood dragon roared at the sky, and a thick layer of bloody light emitted from his body. With the appearance of this bloody light, the flood dragon's aura also increased at an unbelievable speed, quickly breaking through the Holy Emperor 5th firmament and reaching the Holy Emperor 6th firmament. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He immediately understood that the other party was using a secret technique to temporarily increase his strength. Using this secret technique would definitely cause serious damage to the caster. Soon after, the flood dragon began to chant in a hoarse and incomprehensible manner. It became louder and louder, echoing through the sky as if it was singing. The 6 hall elders watching from afar all became rather sunken. One of them could not help but say, "This is the fury of the flood dragon god. He's actually using a secret technique like this. Does he not know the severe consequences of doing this?" The fury of the flood dragon god was the most powerful secret technique of the sea realm flood dragons. Only those who had reached the level of a holy emperor could learn it. The fury of the flood dragon god was similar to the forbidden technique of the radiant saint Master Union on the Tian Yuan continent, God's Descent. However, it was not as terrifying as God's Descent. However, the price to use it was rather great. Not only would their strength fall by an entire level, making future breakthroughs even more difficult, but it would also consume a large amount of the power of their souls and the essence of the flood dragon god. The fury of the flood dragon god had always been a forbidden technique of the flood dragon god. Unless they had no other choice, no one dared to use it so easily. However, the divine general had clearly been forced into a corner by Jianchen, which was why he had no choice but to use it. Fury of the flood dragon god. The serpent dragon transformed from a divine general roared at the sky. Immediately, the power of a powerful soul and the essence of a serpent surged out of the divine general's body, surging into the sky. Clouds immediately began to churn in the sky. A large swathe of dark clouds suddenly appeared, blotting out the sun. At that moment the entire world seemed to darken. Muffled roars could be heard coming from the thick dark clouds. The dark clouds kept rolling, as if there really was a flood dragon shuttling through them. Suddenly, a huge claw of a flood dragon extended from the dark clouds, reaching toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed. The claw seemed to be completely condensed from the dark clouds. The other end of the claw had actually fused with the clouds. Jianchen finally became rather stern. The power of the attack was nothing to be underestimated. He could clearly sense the endless power hidden within the claw. It was definitely a power that only a holy emperor at the 7th heavenly layer could possess, or even a peak 7th heavenly layer holy emperor. Although the attack was powerful enough to threaten Jianchen, Jianchen showed no fear at all. The emperor armament in his hand shone with a surging black light as he used all his strength to stab at the claw. The emperor armament and the claw violently collided, immediately erupting with a violent boom. The claw's momentum immediately slowed down. Afterward, Jianchen did not hesitate at all. He stabbed out several more times, holding nothing back at all. He used his full strength. After a few sword strikes, the huge dragon claw suddenly collapsed, turning into a vast amount of chi of heaven and earth and dissipating. With the destruction of the serpent dragon's wrath, the divine general who had used the secret technique vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was immediately unable to maintain his serpent dragon form, falling out of the sky as a human. He was haggard. It's a pity that he only comprehended the first layer of the technique. If he could reach the 3rd layer and conjure a true serpent god, the outcome today would have been completely different. Although he wouldn't have been able to harm Jianchen under the protection of the Divine Hall, he would have been able to protect himself at the very least, sighed a Hall Elder of the Serpent God Hall. On the other side, Jianchen charged toward the Divine General who had stolen his armor with surging killing intent. He arrived before the Divine General and directly ripped off the armor before swinging his sword at the Divine General's head. He did not show any mercy. "Third brother! Third brother!" The other 3 heavily injured Divine Generals cried out when they saw this. They charged over without any regard for their own safety in an attempt to save the Divine General who was in danger. However, how could they compare to Jianchen's sword? With a crack, the Divine General's head was lopped off from his neck by Jianchen. Chapter 960. From today onwards, the 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall will cease to exist. Jianchen sneered. The Emperor armament in his hand immediately stabbed toward the head as a black streak of light. He wanted to disperse the soul within the head. At this moment, a supreme force shot over from nearby, viciously striking Jianchen's Emperor armament. At this crucial moment, a Hall Elder of the Serpent God Hall took action. With an explosion of energy, a loud explosion rang out. Jianchen's attack toward the Divine General's head was immediately knocked off course. At the same time, the top of the Divine General's head suddenly exploded. A soul flew out, flying toward the Hall Elders with lightning-like speed. Immediately, one of the Hall Elders pulled out a bottle that shone with a faint blue light from his space ring and sucked away the soul that had escaped into it. Jianchen immediately became furious when he saw how the Divine General that was about to die to his sword had been saved by a Hall Elder so easily. He suddenly turned his head and glared at the Hall Elder who had taken action. He growled, "Hall Elder, have you forgotten our agreement so quickly? Are the respected Hall Elders of the Serpent God Hall a bunch of dishonest people?" Jianchen's voice was filled with mockery. The Hall Elders looked at each other. A sliver of helplessness appeared in their eyes. The 4 divine generals were 16th star experts after all, the peak power of the Serpent God Hall. They were unwilling to just watch such experts die right before their eyes. "Jianchen, you've already won the battle against the 4 divine generals. The 4 divine generals of our Serpent God Hall are not your opponent," a Hall Elder gently sighed. Jianchen's face paled. He coldly said, "I've said it before. I want to fight the 4 divine generals to the death. You can't interfere with the matters between us. I don't want victory or defeat, but the names of the 4 divine generals." Killing intent flickered in Jianchen's eyes. With that, he charged toward the other 3 divine generals. The 3 divine generals had personally witnessed Jianchen destroy the wrath of the Serpent God, which had a great impact on their minds. They had lost the courage to fight long ago, so they could not help but show fear when they saw Jianchen charge toward them. Although the 4 divine generals all grasped the forbidden technique, their comprehension of the wrath of the Serpent God remained at the first level. They could only conjure a single claw, so it was impossible for them to harm Jianchen. Moreover, they would become heavily injured and their strength would decline. It was not worth it. "Hall Elders, save us," a divine general called out. A divine general began to cry for help. The 3 of them knew that their survival depended on whether the divine Hall Elders would save them. "Sigh." A Hall Elder gently sighed. With a single movement, he appeared before the 3 divine generals, blocking Jianchen's path. Jianchen's face changed slightly, and his charge came to a halt. With a thought, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands that hovered above them like a dark cloud suddenly sank. It began to fall heavily, hovering 20 meters above Jianchen's head. The expressions of the Hall Elders and the experts of the Serpent God Hall all changed when they saw the divine hall of the 8 wastelands above them. They became rather stern. They had all experienced the power of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. Although the divine hall of the 8 wastelands did not pose much of a threat to them outside, if the divine hall of the 8 wastelands wanted to deal with them like before, they would end up in horrible shape. With the protection of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, Jianchen was filled with confidence. He stared at the Hall Elder in front of him coldly and said with a heavy voice, "Hall Elder, may I ask what the meaning of this is?" Jianchen had already secretly made preparations to enter the divine hall of the 8 wastelands at any time. Without the protection of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, he was not the opponent of a Hall Elder. "Jianchen, you've already forced us into such a horrible state. You've recovered all the dignity you've lost back then, so you must have vented all your anger. Why don't we both take a step back and stop here? Moreover, my Serpent God Hall will never make trouble for you again in the future," the Hall Elder said tactfully. It was more than enough to demonstrate just how much Jianshan had forced the Serpent God Hall into by making a Hall Elder speak to a junior in such a tactful manner. Unfortunately, Jianshan did not appreciate the kindness at all. He would never let the matter rest just because of a few words from the Hall Elder in the past, because he had used up 500 years of his lifespan to use God's descent to deal with the experts who had hunted him down. Jianshan flew into the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, and a loud but dignified voice rang out from within. I, Jianshan, will definitely take the lives of the 4 divine generals. Hall Elders, since you've broken the agreement, don't blame me for not giving your Serpent God Hall any face. Today I will smash your floating divine hall into the ground. Jianshan, don't you dare. The faces of the Hall Elders changed drastically as they yelled out. Jianshan acted as soon as he said that. He immediately controlled the divine hall of the 8 wastelands to fly high into the air, directly above the divine hall of the Serpent God Hall. Afterwards, he viciously smashed it down. At this moment, an extremely terrifying presence appeared from the Serpent God Hall. It was accompanied by surging fury and terrifying killing intent. Along with the appearance of this incomparably terrifying aura, the world's chi quieted down in an instant, as if it was afraid. Jianshan, who was in the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, sensed an extremely powerful presence lock onto the entire divine hall. It actually slowed down the divine hall's descent. The Holy Emperor of the Serpent God Hall. Jianshan was surprised. He immediately realized that the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple was about to secretly take action. It's the Hall Master. Please take action and destroy the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. The appearance of the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's presence immediately roused the morale of the people of the Serpent God Hall. They immediately knelt in the air and pleaded. Jianshan, don't go too far. A heavy voice broke through the obstruction of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, clearly reaching Jianshan's ears. It was not difficult to tell that the speaker was a middle-aged man. That's the voice of the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple. Jianshan immediately guessed the identity of the speaker. Apart from the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple, who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor, he could not think of anyone else with such terrifying strength. Jianshan, enough is enough. You can stop, Jianshan called out. Another voice rang out in Jianshan's head. It was gentle and cold. It was the voice of the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands gradually came to a stop. In the end, it did not hit the supreme divine hall of the Serpent God Hall. Jianshan appeared from the divine hall and said, Hall Elders, I'll leave the lives of the 4 divine generals to you for now, but it's best if you don't interfere with the matters between me and Li Fengxing. With that, Jianshan immediately flew toward Li Fengxing with the Emperor armament in his hand. Li Fengxing's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the Hall Elders who did not plan on helping him, and without any hesitation, he immediately rose into the air and flew into the sky. Li Fengxing was one of the people who had killed the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan, so Jianshan would never let him go no matter what. He immediately pursued and vanished into the sky with Li Fengxing very soon. The two of them moved very quickly, approaching the protective barrier around the sea realm in the blink of an eye. Li Fengxing did not linger at all, directly passing through the barrier and leaving the sea realm. He then turned around and laughed aloud at Jianshan. I've stayed in the sea realm for long enough, so it's time for me to leave. Jianshan, if you want to kill me, come find me on the Beast God continent. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, Li Fengxing directly tore space apart and created a space gate. He left through the space gate. The sea realm was enveloped by the protective barrier, which was equivalent to an independent world. It was impossible for Holy Emperor experts to rip open a space gate here, but there was no such restriction outside the protective barrier. Jianshan stopped at the edge of the barrier. He stared at Li Fengxing, who had already vanished, with a sunken face, and coldly said, The Beast God continent, I, Jianshan, will go there sooner or later. I'd like to see where you can run then. In the end, Jianchen failed to catch up with Li Fengxing. The protective barrier of the Sea Realm could only stop all foreign Holy Emperor experts from entering the Sea Realm. If any foreign Holy Emperor experts left the barrier, they would obviously not be stopped. Jianchen descended from the sky and stood on the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. He coldly said, I, Jianchen, will take the lives of the 4 divine generals no matter what. People of the Serpent God Hall, listen up. I, Jianchen, will return in the future. At that time, even your hall elders won't be able to stop me. Jianchen left with the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, leaving behind the experts of the Serpent God Hall with ugly expressions. None of them said anything. Although Jianchen did not manage to kill the 4 divine generals as he wished, he had taken back the golden threaded armor in his trip to the Serpent God Hall. At the same time, he had turned the Serpent God Hall upside down, causing them to lose their dignity. Soon after Jianchen left with the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, several hall elders of the Heavens Spirit Hall gathered in the discussion hall in the central divine hall. They all stood in a line below politely. Before the hall elders of the Heavens Spirit Hall, an extremely blurry person sat on a throne. It was impossible to make out his appearance. You must know about what happened in the Serpent God Hall. Jianchen is currently hurrying toward our Heavens Spirit Hall. He has the protection of the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall. Aside from me, none of you can break through the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall even if you work together. Jianchen also has the support of Hall Master Poseidon. If I take action, I'll definitely be kept busy by Hall Master Poseidon. As a result, you must remember not to anger him when Jianchen arrives. Satisfy him as much as you can, said the figure on the throne. Hall Master, if he wants to take the lives of the 3 disciplinary elders, what should we do? A hall elder asked politely. You can do whatever you want. It's best if you don't offend Jianchen. Jianchen's growth rate is just too fast. He went from the 14th star to the 16th star in just a few short years. A person with such talent is definitely extraordinary. Moreover, he can use the Emperor armament left behind by the human Emperor, so I've determined that he's not someone from the Sea Realm. He's probably a human from the Tianyuan continent. If possible, I will try my best to rope him in. Once he matures and becomes an emperor, he might be of great assistance to me. He can help me achieve my greatest wish, said the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall indifferently. Yes, Temple Master. We know what to do. The Temple Elders replied in unison. Also, don't we have many humans and magical beasts in the Sea Realm? Send some people to the Tianyuan continent to investigate Jianchen's background, said the Hall Master. Chapter 961. Jianchen steered the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall away from the Supreme Divine Hall of the Serpent God Hall. Only after confirming that the experts of the Serpent God Hall would not chase after him did he leave the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. Afterward, he flew directly to the Heavens Spirit Hall. Although the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall could fly as well, it was nowhere near as fast as Jianchen. In order to reach the Heavens Spirit Hall in the shortest amount of time, Jianchen chose to travel on his own. Even though that was the case, the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands was still in Jianchen's hands. If an elder of the Serpent God Hall tried to attack him from behind, he would be able to enter the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands in time and fend them off with the power of the Divine Hall. After all, Jianchen had humiliated the Serpent God Hall this time. No one could say for sure whether or not the experts of the Serpent God Hall would still secretly follow him and launch a sneak attack when he was unprepared. Jianchen flew cautiously. The rest of the journey was peaceful. Very soon, he left the territory of the Serpent God Hall and entered the Heavens Spirit Hall. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. After traveling for some time, Jianchen finally arrived outside the Divine Hall of the Heavens Spirit Hall. However, when he arrived, the experts of the Heavens Spirit Hall had already gathered outside the Divine Hall under the lead of a few elders. They had been waiting for him calmly for quite some time. You must be warrior Jianchen. A hall elder of the Heaven's Spirit Hall clasped his hands at Jianchen. He spoke calmly without any arrogance at all. Jianchen hovered in the air with the divine hall of the 8 wastelands in his left hand. He glanced at everyone coldly and said, "That's right, I am Jianchen. It looks like your Heaven's Spirit Hall has received the news long ago, so you've been waiting for my arrival solemnly." The hall elder smiled. "Warrior Jianchen, we've already guessed why you've come. You must have come because of the matter from a few years ago. Since you've guessed it, there's no need for me to waste my breath on you. Hand over the 3 disciplinary elders, the Emperor, and Zhou Yunzi who hunted me down back then," Jianchen said coldly. The hall elder waved his hand and called out to the people behind him, "Bring them here." Very soon, 2 young men who seemed to be in their 30s were brought to the hall elder of the wastelands. Their appearances were identical, so it was impossible to tell who was who. They were. And the 2 of them were the same. Emperor Jianchen. Emperor Zhou Yunzi Emperor Zhou Yunzi who would have thought that you too and Emperor Zhou Zhou Yunzi and Zhou Yunzi's strength had been personally sealed by the Hall Elder of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, so the 2 of them were no different from ordinary people right now. The 2 of them stared at the Hall Elder in hatred. They gritted their teeth and said, "I never thought that the mighty Heaven's Spirit Hall would do something so despicable. The 2 of us have pledged our allegiance to you for many years, serving as guest elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall. We've done many things for you over the years, so even if we haven't done anything, we've still worked hard. Moreover, it was your hall elder who ordered us to hunt down Jianchen back then. Now that he's become stronger, your Heaven's Spirit Hall tosses us out to be scapegoats. You've really been blind. If we had known earlier that your Heaven's Spirit Hall was such ungrateful people, we would never have become guest elders of your Heaven's Spirit Hall." The Divine Hall Elder frowned slightly when he heard what the Emperor and Zhou Yunzi had to say. He barked, "Seal their mouths." Immediately, an elder stepped forward and placed a finger on their throats, depriving them of the ability to speak. Afterwards, the 2 brothers who were tied up were brought before Jianchen by a few emissaries of the Divine Hall. Jianchen could not help but frown when he saw this. He had never thought that the people of the Heaven's Spirit Hall would be so easygoing, tying up 2 powerful guest elders so straightforwardly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. "Warrior Jianchen, we've already given you full authority to deal with the Zhou Tianzi and Zhou Yunzi who hunted you down in the past. You can deal with them however you want. Our Heaven's Spirit Hall will not interfere," said the Hall Elder with a smile. "Heaven's Spirit Hall, do you want to use the 2 of them to resolve the grievances between Jianchen and your Heaven's Spirit Hall?" Jianchen asked emotionlessly. "That's right. Warrior Jianchen is correct. Our Heaven's Spirit Hall does not wish to become your enemy, and what happened back then was a complete misunderstanding. Our original intentions were to invite you to our Heaven's Spirit Hall as a guest, but we never thought that what happened afterwards would be completely out of our control, which led to a series of misunderstandings between us. I represent the Heaven's Spirit Hall in offering our sincerest apologies to Warrior Jianchen. I hope that warrior can forgive us for the wrong decision we made back then," the Hall Elder said sincerely. He did not seem to be faking it at all. Jianchen stared closely at the Hall Elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall as the light in his eyes flickered. The development of the situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would have to engage in a great battle with the Heaven's Spirit Hall to resolve the matter like he did with the Serpent God Hall. However, he had never thought that the Heaven's Spirit Hall, one of the 3 great halls of the Sea Realm, would take the initiative to apologize to him. He found this rather unbelievable. After a moment of hesitation, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands in Jianchen's left hand suddenly expanded. He threw the powerless Zhou Yunzi and Zhou Yunzi into the divine hall before saying to the hall elder, Just the two of them are nowhere near enough to resolve the grievances from back then. The hall elders seemed to know that Jianchen would say something like that. Their faces did not change at all, and one of them said, "Invite the 3 disciplinary elders over." Very soon, the 3 disciplinary elders were invited out of the divine hall. They were all emotionless, making it impossible to tell what they were feeling. "Warrior Jianchen, the 3 disciplinary elders have arrived. Why don't I get the 3 of them to apologize to you, Warrior Jianchen? Then we can forget about the grievances between us in the past," the hall elders said in a negotiating tone. "Apologize? It won't be that easy." Jianchen gently shook his head. Although the Heaven Spirit Hall was extremely amiable, the incident of him being hunted down back then was not something that could be resolved with just an apology. "Warrior Jianchen, may I ask what you want in order for you to let this matter go?" A hall elder said emotionlessly. He had already become rather angry inside. Their Heaven Spirit Hall was one of the 3 great halls, yet they had never spoken to anyone so nicely in all these years. Jianchen was the first one. "There's only one way to resolve this. I want to personally slay the 3 of them to avenge the incident of me being hunted down back then," Jianchen said sternly. He did not back down at all. "Jianchen, you've gone too far." The expressions of the hall elders changed, and one of them could not help but cry out. His face was filled with anger. The 3 disciplinary elders were the upper echelon of the Heavens Spirit Hall. They were the true core members of the Heavens Spirit Hall. Their statuses were incomparable to the 2 emperors because the 2 emperors were outsiders after all, so they could be tossed aside as they wished. However, the 3 disciplinary elders could not be lost. Jianchen's face sank. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands immediately flew out of his hand and suddenly enlarged above his head. At the same time, the Emperor armament appeared in his right hand. It shone with a surging black light as a destructive presence flooded the surroundings, enveloping the surroundings. "Since you won't comply, we can only fight." Jianchen's voice was icy cold as killing intent surged in his eyes. He had already made his preparations for battle. He definitely would not let the Heavens Spirit Hall off just because they had shown a friendly attitude. The faces of the hall elders from the Heavens Spirit Hall became rather ugly. However, none of them planned on fighting Jianchen. Ignoring the fact that Jianchen was protected by the Divine Hall, they were unable to harm him at all. If they really fought, it was extremely likely that their relationship with Jianchen would become hostile. That would be going against the orders the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall had given them. Whatever. Jianchen, our Heaven Spirit Hall will leave the 3 disciplinary elders for you to deal with, a hall elder said helplessly. The 3 disciplinary elders' faces darkened when they heard that. Their eyes became hollow and filled with despair. The 3 disciplinary elders arrived 20 meters away from Jianchen at the same time. They said proudly, "Jianchen, we're right here. If you want to kill us, do as you please." There was no fear on their faces at all. They did not fear death at all. The 3 of them clearly knew that the Heaven's Spirit Hall had already abandoned them, but they did not resent it at all. After all, their loyalty was unquestionable since they could become disciplinary elders of the Heavens Spirit Hall. "Jianchen, the 3 disciplinary elders are important members of our Heavens Spirit Hall. We don't want to just watch them die here, so why don't you let the 3 disciplinary elders swear loyalty to you and spare their lives?" At this moment, an old voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen's eyes lit up with that. He glanced at the hall elders before saying to the 3 disciplinary elders, "I'll give you a chance to live right now. Are you willing to swear loyalty to me?" Chapter 962. Jianchen was immediately filled with indescribable joy when he heard that the 3 disciplinary elders had actually agreed to serve him. The 3 disciplinary elders before him were all supreme experts at the 6th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Every single one of them was a supreme expert that could hold their own. Once Jianchen obtained these 3 powerful subordinates, the strength of his forces would increase by a lot. It was not as if Jianchun had never thought about subduing the 3 disciplinary elders and the 4 divine generals before, but the thought had only crossed his mind for a moment before he gave up on it. This was because he understood that whether it was the 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall or the 3 disciplinary elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, they were all people of great authority. Their statuses were great, so they naturally had inviolable dignity. Subduing them and making them swear loyalty to him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The reason why the 3 disciplinary elders had agreed so readily was all because of the secret assistance of the Hall elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall. If it were not for the Hall elders' persuasion, the 3 disciplinary elders would rather die than submit. Disciplinary elders, please swear a blood oath using a secret technique and never betray me. Jianchun pretended to be calm as he said to the 3 disciplinary elders. The 3 disciplinary elders clenched their teeth and swore a blood oath using a secret technique. They used their essence blood to draw an ancient contract and passed it to Jianchun. With the ancient contract, Jianchun basically held the power to kill the 3 disciplinary elders. Warrior Jianchun, are you satisfied with this outcome? A Hall elder asked emotionlessly. He was rather heavy-hearted. Jianchun was obviously extremely satisfied after obtaining the loyalty of 3/6 heavenly layer experts from the Holy Emperor. However, he did not show any joy on the surface. He said calmly, "Since your Heaven's Spirit Hall is so sincere, I, Jianchun, will naturally not be petty. Let's forget about our past grievances." After resolving his grievances with the Heaven's Spirit Hall, Jianchun left with the 3 disciplinary elders. He directly headed for the territory of the Poseidon Hall. The 3 disciplinary elders' positions in the Heaven's Spirit Hall had been revoked by the Hall elders as well. The 3 of them were now free people, able to enter and leave the 3 territories of the Sea Realm as they pleased. The experts of the Heaven's Spirit Hall did not disperse for a long time after Jianchun left with the 3 disciplinary elders. They all stood outside the Divine Hall and stared in the direction that Jianchun and Beelzebub had disappeared in. They were extremely dejected. The Divine Hall elders were of the same age as the 3 law-enforcing elders. They had been friends with the 3 law-enforcing elders for thousands of years. They were as close as brothers. The departure of the 3 law-enforcing elders naturally had some influence on them. The other elders and emissaries of the Heaven's Spirit Hall were all dejected and dispirited. They simply could not understand why the esteemed Hall elders had made such a decision. The Heaven's Spirit Hall, one of the 3 great halls of the Sea Realm, was actually afraid of a junior. Not only did they not dare to fight him, but they had even sent 3 respected disciplinary elders to quell his anger. This left them all confused and in disbelief. This was because this did not seem like the style of the Heaven's Spirit Hall at all. Let's return. Remember, what happened today is forbidden from being leaked. At the same time, no one is allowed to find Jianchun for revenge. Violators will be executed according to the highest punishment, a Hall elder said with a heavy voice. Everyone's necks could not help but shrink when they heard the words executed according to the highest punishment. Fear filled their eyes. Jianchun flew through the air with the 3 disciplinary elders. The 4 of them moved very quickly, shooting through the sky like 4 streaks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Elders, may I ask how I should address you?" Jianchun faintly smiled as he turned to the 3 disciplinary elders. Although the 3 disciplinary elders had hunted him down in the past, they were all on his side now. As a result, Jianchun had let go of the prejudice he had in the past. Lan Jing, Zhenpian, Mokas. The 3 disciplinary elders called out one by one. The 3 of them were old men in their 70s. They wore simple robes and possessed extremely ordinary appearances. It was very difficult to tell that they were actually experts at the 6th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor from their appearances. The 3 disciplinary elders clearly still could not let go of the fact that they had become Jianchun's followers. The three of them wore sunken faces along the way. They did not say anything else aside from announcing their names. The four of them said nothing along the way. They directly returned to the Turtle Clan under Jianshin's lead. Basically all the experts of the Turtle Clan had gone out to fight under Tai Do's lead, forcefully reclaiming the crystal mines that had been stolen in the past. As a result, there were very few people in the Turtle Clan. Greetings to the ruler! Greetings to the ruler! As soon as Jianshin returned to the Turtle Clan, all the members of the Turtle Clan politely knelt down and bowed. They looked at Jianshin with respect and admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Jianshin arranged the three disciplinary elders' residences before making his way to his secret room and entering the artifact space. Newbies was still studying the Tian level battle saint technique in the artifact space, completely forgetting the time. Xie Wang was also cultivating the cultivation method left behind by the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands that Jianshin had given him. Jianshin did not disturb the two of them. He made his way into the depths of the palace and arrived before a 30-meter-tall door in the end. Rumble! The door slowly opened under the control of the artifact spirit. As soon as a crack appeared on the door, a tremendous pressure immediately appeared from within the hall. The pressure was not powerful enough to Jianshin, but the presence that filled it was extremely dense. It was actually countless times denser than the presence from the Serpent Dragon that Jianshin had seen in the Supreme Divine Hall of the Serpent God Hall. As the door opened, an auspicious white light suddenly shone out, illuminating the entire hall, making the originally dark hall brighten up in an instant. The source of the white light was actually a huge white tiger. The white tiger lay on the ground with its eyes closed. It was 30 meters long and covered in snow-white fur. Every single strand of hair shone with a peaceful white light. On its back, two huge wings were unfurled, unconsciously flapping slowly in the air. In the past few years, the white tiger had always remained in the artifact space, relying on heavenly resources to increase its strength. After consuming tremendous amounts of heavenly resources, the white tiger's strength had increased so quickly that it could be described as riding a rocket. It had already broken through Class 6 and reached Class 7. Perhaps because it sensed Jianshin's arrival, the white tiger suddenly opened its eyes. When it saw Jianshin standing outside the door, its eyes immediately lit up. It produced an excited roar and leapt towards Jianshin. In the air, the white tiger's huge body rapidly shrank. By the time it landed on Jianshin's shoulder, its huge body had shrunk to the size of a kitten. Whoa! The white tiger growled as it held Jianshin's head tightly with its front paws. It constantly bit at Jianshin's hair, as if complaining about why Jianshin had not come to see it in so long. Seeing that the little white tiger was still so mischievous, Jianshin couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. He reached out and took the little white tiger from his shoulder, placing it in his arms as he gently stroked its furry head. Although the white tiger had already become a magical beast of the 7th rank, its age was still there. Although its intelligence had increased a lot, it still had the temperament of a child. A magical beast of the 7th rank can take human form. White tiger, I wonder if you can take human form now? Jianshin asked the white tiger in his arms in a low voice. The white tiger could completely understand Jianshin's words. Its furry little head immediately shook, and its bright little eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, it did not know why it could not take human form. Jianshin said with a smile, "Your original form is that of the winged tiger, an ancient mythological beast. It is not at the same level as ordinary magical beasts. Perhaps the reason why you are unable to take human form now is because of your mythological beast form. When your strength increases in the future, you will be able to take human form sooner or later." With that, Jianshin's face changed. He felt that the barrier he had cast down outside the room had been touched by someone. He immediately comforted the white tiger before leaving the artifact space. Walking out of the room, he saw a saint ruler of the Turtle Clan standing there with a pale face. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that the saint ruler had suffered heavy internal injuries. Greetings to the ruler. I had no other choice but to enter seclusion, so please punish me. The saint ruler of the Turtle Clan immediately knelt on the ground and politely said. Jianchen sternly looked at him and asked, "What happened? What's with your injuries?" "Ruler, we were obstructed by enemy experts when we tried to subdue the crystal mine that was stolen back then. Many people of our Turtle Clan were injured because of this. Even the ancestor of the Taihong clan, Tai-Do, was injured by 2 experts who were on par with him," the saint ruler of the Turtle Clan said with a heavy voice. His complexion was very ugly. Jianchen's face sank when he heard that. He bellowed, "How dare you! Immediately gather all the elders and experts of the Taihong clan. Let's all go to the discussion hall." "Yes, ruler." Jianchen sat on the throne emotionlessly in the discussion hall. All the experts of the Turtle Clan and the people of the Taihong clan had gathered below him. They all stood there silently. No one said anything, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become rather oppressive. Among these people, almost half of them had pale faces. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries. Jianchen glanced past everyone's faces and said with a heavy voice, "Tai-Do, tell me about the strength of the enemy." Tai-Do took a step forward and said, "Ruler, the enemy is very powerful. They're a famed first-rate clan in the territory of our Poseidon Hall. They have 2 16th-star experts who are on par with me. There's also a 15th-star expert and many 14th-star expert. They've completely surpassed us." "All right, I understand," Jianchen gently replied before remaining silent on the throne. Before long, 3 old men in cloth clothes walked in side by side from outside the hall. They held their heads high and walked in an orderly manner. They were neither hurried nor impatient. They did not even glance at the experts gathered in the hall and directly ignored them. The 3 of them were the 3 disciplinary elders of the Heavens Spirit Hall. As the 3 of them entered, the experts in the hall who did not know who they were became suspicious. They all began to guess who they were. The 3 law-enforcing elders walked straight to the front of the group before stopping. They all stared at Jianchen emotionlessly. One of them asked, "Jianchen, why have you called the 3 of us here?" The disciplinary elders spoke to Jianchen as equals. They did not show any respect at all. Chapter 963. Jianchen calmly stared at the 3 disciplinary elders and said, "Elders, I have a mission for you right now. I hope the 3 of you can cooperate with the experts of the Turtle Clan to complete this mission." The experts of the Turtle Clan and Taihong Clan were all secretly surprised when they heard that Jianchen wanted the 3 mysterious old men to help him deal with the enemy clans. All of them could not help but guess at the strength of the 3 disciplinary elders. However, they had never imagined that the 3 ordinary old men would actually be 16th-star experts. Only Tai-Do, who was at the 5th heavenly layer of Saint King and was only slightly stronger than the 3 disciplinary elders, sensed something. He could vaguely sense the 3 disciplinary elders' strength. At the same time, Tai-Do could vaguely sense a pressure from the 3 disciplinary elders, which left him extremely shocked. He really could not understand where the ruler of the Turtle Clan had found 3 such terrifying experts. "What do you want the 3 of us to do?" Xianpian asked nonchalantly. Jianchen did not care about the tone of the 3 disciplinary elders. He said to Tai-Do, "Tai-Do, these 3 elders are all supreme experts who are no weaker than you. Take the 3 of them to the enemy clans right now. You must subdue the crystal mine that they stole from us in the past with lightning speed." "Yes, ruler." Tai-Do's face was filled with excitement. With the help of 3 elders who were stronger than him, his side strength was far greater than the enemy's. This made him feel incomparably confident. "This time, I will definitely teach them a vicious lesson and regain my dignity," Tai-Do swore inside. Lan Jing, Xianpian, Mokas, and Tai-Do led the experts of the Turtle Clan and Tai Hong Clan out of the Turtle Clan in an aggressive manner. They headed to the enemy clans for revenge. Jianchen did not enter the artifact space after they left. Instead, he went to a beautiful mountain behind the Turtle Clan with the two attendants. In the end, he stopped before a huge tomb beside a pool of water. The tomb was extremely large and majestic. It was 100 meters wide and 30 meters tall. A huge tombstone stood at the front of the tomb. The words "Tomb of the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan" were written forcefully on the tombstone. This was where the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan rested. Jianchen's heart became heavy after arriving here. He stood before the huge tombstone that was 300 meters tall and stared at the words on the tombstone in a daze. In a daze, he seemed to see the hunched figure of the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan. His kind and concerned face seemed to see the Grand Elder smiling at him as he silently said those words. His face was filled with joy. "Grand Elder," Jianchen subconsciously murmured. His face was filled with pain. In the past, the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan had died in order to save him. He had reverted back to his original form and trapped the pursuing Zhou Tianzi, Zhou Yunzi, and Li Fengxing in his shell, enduring the fierce attacks of the three supreme experts. In the end, he had been obliterated by the Tian-level saint techniques of the Zhou Tianzi and Zhou Yunzi. His shell had shattered into countless pieces, and even his body had been destroyed. He had died such a horrible death that even Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters could not save him. If it were not for the Grand Elder who had risked his life to keep the three experts busy, buying precious time for Jianchen, Jianchen probably would have died to the three of them before Elder Hong could save him. After all, back then, he was completely powerless against the great Zhou Emperor and the other two super experts. The Grand Elder risking his life to save him had deeply touched Jianchen's heart. It had an extremely great impact on Jianchen. Aside from gratitude, Jianchen also felt deep guilt and self-blame towards the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan. Now that the Grand Elder was dead, Jianchen had repaid all the kindness the Grand Elder had shown him and all the guilt he felt towards the Grand Elder to the Turtle Clan. He could still clearly remember that the Grand Elders had not dispersed after his death. He was completely concerned about the future of the Turtle Clan. He would complete the Grand Elder's final wish and revive the Turtle Clan so that they could return to their former glory. He would repay the Grand Elder for saving his life and allow the Grand Elder's soul to rest in peace. Jianchen stood before the huge tombstone in a daze as he stared at it blankly. He had completely forgotten about the time. The two Heaven Saint Masters behind him stood there quietly. They did not make any noise at all, afraid of disturbing the ruler they revered and respected. Wild winds whistled through the sky, causing Jianchen's white robes to rustle as his hair danced in the wind. Unknowingly, Jianchen had already stood before the tombstone for several days. At this moment, an expert of the Turtle Clan ran up from below the mountain. He knelt down on one knee 20 meters away and bowed. "Ruler, Tai Do and the three elders have returned victorious. They have successfully reclaimed the crystal mine that was stolen from them all those years ago. Pass down my orders. All direct descendants of the Turtle Clan and all elders are to gather here." Jianchen's cold voice rang out. "As you command, Your Majesty," the expert from the Turtle Clan respectfully replied before running down the mountain with lightning speed. Soon, the heavy sound of a bugle horn rang out from the Turtle Clan in the distance. All the elders led a large group of clansmen up the mountain. They moved very quickly and arrived before the tombstone of the Grand Elder before long. "We greet the ruler." Everyone knelt down together as they called out with a deafening cry. Their movements were uniform without any mess. Jianchen's prestige in the Turtle Clan grew higher and higher. He had already gained everyone's respect. This was because not only had the Turtle Clan's strength and status increased by a lot after his arrival, but they had also reclaimed the crystal mines one by one. All the clansmen of the Turtle Clan could sense that the time for them to return to their former glory had come. Jianchen released the tied-up Zhou Tianzi and Zhou Yunzi from the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. Their strength had been sealed by the Hall Elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, so they were no different from ordinary people. They could not resist at all. "Jianchen, why don't you release us, or we'll definitely teach you a lesson once we break free from the seal," the two of them yelled at Jianchen as soon as they emerged from the Divine Hall. Jianchen coldly stared at the two of them as killing intent surged in his heart. He coldly said, "If the seal personally cast down by the Hall Elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall can be broken so easily, then the title of Hall Elder would be undeserved." The Emperor's and Zhou Yunzi's expressions changed slightly. Their gazes swept across the huge tombstone before them and their faces immediately turned somewhat gloomy. The two of them had slain the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan with their Tian-level Saint techniques, yet now that Jianchen had actually brought them to the Grand Elder's tomb, the two of them immediately realized something. "Jianchen, what do you want to do to us?" the Emperor asked with a heavy voice. Jianchen stared at the tombstone in a daze and said with a heavy voice, "An eye for an eye. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to the Grand Elder's soul." "Jianchen, don't you dare!" The Emperor and Zhou Yunzi's expressions drastically changed, but they continued to stare at Jianchen closely. Jianchen no longer spoke to the two of them. He turned to the people kneeling behind him and said, "Everyone, the two of them are the ones who killed the Grand Elder. They're both 16th star experts. Today, I will personally slay the two of them before everyone and avenge the Grand Elder." Jianchen basically roared out the last sentence. "Avenge the Grand Elder. Kill the two of them and pay tribute to the Grand Elder's soul." The people of the Turtle Clan immediately called out as they stared at the Emperor and Zhou Yunzi with eyes filled with hatred. The Emperor and Zhou Yunzi's expressions changed time and time again. Although they were supreme experts at the fifth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, their strength had been sealed up by a Hall Elder using a secret technique, making them as weak as prisoners. They had no power to escape under these circumstances. The light in the Emperor and Zhou Yunzi's eyes flickered. In the end, they seemed to have made a decision. Determination filled their eyes as they said, "Jianchen, as long as you let us go, we'll follow you and work for you." Jianchen looked at the two of them in disdain. The Emperor armament had already appeared in his right hand as he sneered, "I never thought that the two of you, one of the 8 great human experts, would actually have a time when you want people to submit to you. However, the two of you are the ones who killed the Grand Elder, so I will never let you go no matter what you say." Jianchen slowly raised the Emperor armament and a surging black light immediately erupted. The two of them panicked and said in a hurry, "Jianchen, the Heaven's Spirit Hall was behind everything back then. The two of us were sent by a Hall Elder to deal with you. The true enemy is the Heaven's Spirit Hall. Even if you kill the two of us, you won't be able to resolve the matter. If you let us go, we'll deal with the Heaven's Spirit Hall with you and avenge the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan." The coldness in Jianchen's eyes became even colder, but he did not waver at all. He suddenly swung the Emperor armament in his hand and directly stabbed it between the two of their foreheads, wiping out their souls on the spot. The Emperor of Great Zhou and Zhou Yunzi's voices came to an abrupt halt. Red and white substances continuously flowed out from the wound between their brows. Finally, they fell into a pool of blood and were buried there. 2 holy Emperor experts at the 5th heavenly layer had died so easily on the mountain. With their deaths, the 8 human experts of the Sea Realm became sick. Jianchen removed the 2 space rings from the Emperor and Zhou Yunzi before calling out, "Someone, drain their blood and offer it to the Grand Elder's soul." Immediately, someone stepped forward and swiftly cut open a wound on the Emperor of Great Zhou and Zhou Yunzi's bodies, releasing their blood, dyeing the ground in front of the Grand Elder's tomb red. Chapter 964. With that, Qing Yishuan's slender figure gradually appeared where Jianchen was looking at. She stared at the Emperor and Zhou Yunzi lying in pools of blood without blinking. Her face was filled with shock, and uncontainable shock. The Emperor and Zhou Yunzi were the 8 human experts of the Sea Realm. They were at the same level of cultivation as her, the fifth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Whether it was in the Sea Realm or on the Tianyuan continent, they were supreme experts that were rarely seen, yet two such experts had been slain by Jianchen so easily. The process was as simple as crushing ants, which was difficult for Qin Yishuan to accept. Her heart churned as she struggled to remain calm. Jianchen stared at Qin Yishuan calmly and emotionlessly said, "Qin Yishuan, this is an important place of my turtle clan. What are your intentions for trespassing here? State your intentions, or I can only personally chase you out." Jianchen's emotions changed slightly under the influence of the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan. He was no longer as polite as before. A sliver of anger immediately appeared on Qin Yishuan's face when she heard Jianchen's threatening words. However, when she thought about how the Emperor and Zhou Yunzi had died to Jianchen's hands, she forcefully suppressed her anger. Qin Yishuan sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed herself down. She then looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings and said gently, "There are some things that I want to talk to you about alone." Jianchen hesitated slightly with that, but he still nodded in the end. He said, "Come with me." Jianchen immediately flew off into the distance. Jianchen and Qin Yishuan arrived 10 kilometers away. Jianchen crossed his arms and turned his back to Qin Yishuan. He stared at the mountains in the distance in a daze and said, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Qin Yishuan's eyes shone as she stared at Jianchen's back. She said, "I hope you can help me deal with the Tao family." "The Tao family? Or one of the peak clans in the territory of the Poseidon Hall?" A sliver of surprise appeared in Jianchen's eyes. "Correct, it's one of the peak clans in the territory of the Poseidon Hall, the Tao family. The old patriarch of the Tao family has something that I need very much. I want you to deal with the Tao family and obtain it for me," said Qin Yishuan. "The Tao family is a powerful peak clan, and I have no grievances with them, so why should I help you deal with them? Why would I offend a peak clan for no good reason?" Jianchen sneered. Qin Yishuan gritted her teeth and said, "Back when I stole the map fragment of the 8 Wastelands, I wanted to exchange it for that item from the old patriarch of the Tao family. Originally, I had already obtained it, but you stole it away in a despicable manner, making all my efforts go to waste. And when you entered the divine hall of the 8 Wastelands with the map fragment, you benefited extremely greatly. Not only did you obtain an Emperor armament, but you even obtained the divine hall of the 8 Wastelands. The reason why you were able to obtain these items and possess your current strength is all thanks to me. If I had not taken the map fragment of the 8 Wastelands from Ancestor Hao Jia at the risk of being heavily injured, do you really think you could contend against 15th star or even 16th star experts with your strength back then?" Jianchen thought about it and said, "Qin Yishuan, what you said does seem to make sense. However, I only managed to steal the map fragment of the 8 Wastelands from you because of my own strength. At the same time, my turtle clan is currently expanding. Just recovering the crystal mine has already offended many clans and organizations, so I won't help you deal with the Tao family at a crucial time like this. However, you can contact the other 8 masters of the human clan and ask them to assist you." "Jianchen, it looks like you still don't understand the laws of survival for us outsiders in the Sea Realm. On the surface, I'm a guest elder of the Poseidon Hall and possess a certain amount of status, but if I do anything out of line in the territory of the Hall, the first people to punish me will probably be the Hall elders of the Hall. They will never allow us outsiders to run amok in their territory." Qin Yishuan's eyes stared at Jianchen as she stared at him. Qin Yishuan stared at Jianchen with shining eyes and continued, "But you're different. I can feel that your status in the Sea Goddess Hall is different from us guest elders. If you take action, the Sea Goddess Hall will never make things difficult for you." "Qin Yishuan, I'll say the same thing again. I won't offend a powerful clan for something as trivial as you. Although I'm not afraid, I need to think about the people of my tribe. Farewell." With that, Jianchen turned around and left. Qin Yishuan panicked and said, "Jianchen, if you help me obtain that item, I'll agree to do 10 things within my power for you. However, Jianchen left without even looking back. Qing Yishuan's offer was not enough to tempt Jianchen at all. Qing Yishuan clenched her teeth as she watched Jianchen vanish. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, but there was also some helplessness and disappointment. Jianchen returned to the clan with the people of the Turtle Clan after the ceremony to avenge the Grand Elder. Afterward, he immediately sent out Lan Jing, Xianpian, Mokas, and Tai Do to lead a group of experts in the clan to continue with the plan to reclaim the crystal mines. With the assistance of the 3 disciplinary elders, the rate at which the Turtle Clan collected the crystal mines increased drastically. They recovered half of the mines that had been stolen from them all those years ago very quickly, allowing the heritage of the Turtle Clan to become even deeper. Jianchen, who watched over the Turtle Clan, finally had some free time. He could live a relaxed life now. He no longer had to run around all day and risk his life for survival. This was because he was no longer the weakling who had been chased around by 15th star experts a few years ago. Now, he possessed the ability to look down on the entire sea realm. Jianchen could not help but begin to miss home now that he was free. Unknowingly, it had already been several years since he had arrived in the sea realm. He had no idea what had happened on the Tianyuan continent during those years. With the Emperor armament in hand, I can fend off peak experts at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. With the protection of the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall, it's difficult for anyone below the Holy Emperor to harm me. Now that I have enough strength to fend off the 10 protector clans, it's time for me to go back and take a look, Jianchen murmured as he stood in a garden. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. Now that I've become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, I can bring the dead back to life. My parents' remains are still in Mercenary City, waiting for me to save them. There's also the White Tiger's mother, Rum Guinness. She needs me to heal her as a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. Sigh, it's time for me to go back and take a look. So many years have passed. I wonder how the Flame Mercenaries are doing. They must have become even more powerful than before under the management of Yu and Lien. Flame City should have been completed as well. I wonder just how great of an uproar the appearance of this city will cause on the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen strolled through the garden of the Turtle Clan as he murmured to himself. The reminiscence in his eyes became heavier and heavier, making it even harder for him to control himself. 3 days later, Jianchen left the Turtle Clan after handing over some matters. He did not take Xianpian, Lan Jing, and Mokas with him. Instead, he left them in the Turtle Clan to watch over them, just in case the clan suffered retribution from powerful enemies. Jianchen flew straight into the sky with surging emotions. He arrived at the edge of the protective barrier of the sea realm very soon and was about to cross it and leave. Jianchen, remember, you have to find a host for the bead within the time limit. You have to return to the sea realm when the worldly ebb arrives. Poseidon's voice suddenly rang out in Jianchen's head. Poseidon's figure had suddenly appeared in the faint blue barrier before him. He seemed to have completely fused with the barrier, where only a blurry figure could be seen. Jianchen solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely complete your request." Poseidon continued, "Jianchen, if you come across enemies you can't defeat on the Tianyuan continent, go to Mercenary City. The protective barrier of Mercenary City is extremely powerful. It will help you block enemies you cannot defeat." Jianchen was secretly shocked when he heard that. He could not help but think of Xiao Ling's innocent face. He struggled to imagine that Xiao Ling, who seemed like a mischievous girl, would actually be so powerful. Xiao Ling was actually able to block opponents he could not defeat. Looks like Xiao Ling's strength has reached the level of the Holy Emperor at the very least, Jianchen thought inside. Jianchen flew out of the protective barrier of the sea race. As soon as he emerged, he immediately submerged himself in the icy water outside the barrier. Without any hesitation, he turned into an arrow and shot upward with lightning speed. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. It was an azure blue, and there was only a golden sun that was emitting a light that no one could look directly at. It illuminated the earth, providing light between heaven and earth. The surface of the sea was calm. The deep blue water seemed to be connected to the sky, as if it had fused with the world. It was impossible to see the end of it. At this moment, the calm surface of the sea suddenly began to ripple. The water suddenly exploded, forming a large splash that shot out in all directions. It was like a blooming blue flower. At the center of the flower, a figure shot out of the water with lightning-like speed. He was extremely fast, reaching several thousand meters in the air in a single moment. He had become a black dot even smaller than an ant. The figure was Jianchen, who had just left the sea realm. Jianchen hovered several thousand meters in the air as he slowly closed his eyes. He spread his arms as he lay in the air with an intoxicated expression, allowing the warm sunlight to fall on him. Cute sun's long-awaited warmth. How long has it been since I last felt your existence? Jianchen murmured. His voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. Chapter 965. Jianchen slowly calmed his excitement as he hovered in the air above the sea realm. Afterward, a golden light shot out from between his eyebrows and landed in his hand, forming a golden tower. With a flash of white light, the white tiger, which had become the size of a kitten, left the artifact space, appearing before Jianchen out of nowhere. After being trapped in the artifact space for 5 years, the white tiger was obviously extremely excited when it finally left. It immediately produced an excited cry as it flapped its wings and flew around Jianchen happily. It constantly revolved around him. Jianchen was affected by the white tiger's happiness as well. He could not help but smile from the bottom of his heart. The white tiger finally returned to Jianchen's shoulder after playing around enough. It constantly looked around with its bright and innocent eyes. It was filled with curiosity as it jumped around on Jianchen's shoulders from time to time. In the past, when the white tiger's identity had been exposed, Jianchen could only keep the white tiger in the artifact space to protect it. Now that his strength had increased, he was no longer the weakling he once was. He possessed the power to protect himself and the white tiger, so he no longer needed to keep the white tiger in the artifact space like before. At the same time, the white tiger had already become a Class 7 magical beast. Its battle prowess as a divine beast far exceeded all beasts of antiquity, so it possessed the ability to protect itself. There were very few saint rulers who could threaten it. Jianchen allowed the white tiger to play around on his shoulder. He used the sun in the sky as a guide to determine the direction before fusing with the surrounding space. Using spatial force, he flew toward the Tianyuan continent with lightning-like speed. Tearing through space was a technique only Holy Emperor could use. Although Jianchen possessed the battle prowess of a 7th heavenly layer Holy Emperor, his comprehension of the mysteries of the world was far too low. Only after devouring the soul of the Blood Demon Emperor in the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall had Jianchen's comprehension of the mysteries of the world had reached the 7th heavenly layer. He was still quite a distance away from the Holy Emperor's level. As a result, Jianchen was unable to create a space gate even though he possessed the battle prowess of a 7th heavenly layer Holy Emperor. There was no sense of direction on the ocean. Jianchen used the sun as a guide to determine his direction as he quickly flew through the vast ocean. After 2 days of travel, a huge island appeared in Jianchen's vision. Even though it was very far away, Jianchen could still clearly see a stone tablet on the island with his eyesight. 3 large words were written on the tablet, 3 Saint Island. Unknowingly, Jianchen had already arrived on 3 Saint Island. The moment he saw the island, he could not help but think of the heavenly enchantress figure as well as everything he had experienced with her on Dragon Island in the illusory Star Sea, as well as the dreamlike scenes he had experienced with the heavenly enchantress. Jianchen subconsciously slowed down. He could not help but land on Three Saint Island before making his way through the forest. There was a city on Three Saint Island where a few native fishermen lived. Jianchen entered the city on foot, admiring the scenery that was completely different from the Tianyuan continent along the way. The people who lived on Three Saint Island made a living by fishing. Almost all of them were experts at fishing. At the same time, there were quite a few cultivators, ranging from the weakest who had not even condensed a saint weapon to Earth Saint masters. Almost all the people on Three Saint Island lived like hermit. They knew about the existence of the Tianyuan continent and had seen a few people from the Tianyuan continent, but they had never set foot on the Tianyuan continent before. This was because the distance between the two continents was so great that even Heaven Saint masters would struggle to cross over. Moreover, it was easy to get lost in the vast ocean if one was not careful. As a result, the conflicts on the Tianyuan continent did not affect Three Saint Island at all. As a result, the people there remained simple and honest. All of them smiled innocently. As soon as Jianchen entered the city as an outsider, he was immediately recognized by the natives of Three Saint Island. Immediately, a few young men who seemed to be around his age gathered around him. They greeted Jianchen warmly as they asked him all sorts of questions. The young men were not powerful. The most powerful among them had only just reached Great Saint, but Jianchen did not put on any airs at all. He conversed with them with a smile and explained quite a lot about the Tianyuan continent. Since you've come from the Tianyuan continent, you must possess the strength to cross the ocean. You must be a Heaven Saint Master. Wow, a Heaven Saint Master. That's equivalent to the elders of Three Saint Island. You don't seem very old, yet you've already reached that level. You really do make us envious. The young men chattered as they surrounded Jianchen. At this moment Jianchen said, I've answered so many of your questions, so shouldn't you answer a few of mine? Feel free to ask. As long as it's something we know, we won't hide it from you. A young man patted his chest and said, I want to know about your island master, Jianchen casually asked as he looked at Three Saint Mountain in the distance. As soon as they heard the island master of Three Saint Island, the young men's eyes lit up. They immediately began to talk about the island master of Three Saint Island. Their gazes were filled with undisguised respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. Jianchen gained a better understanding of the heavenly enchantress passed from them. When he was unable to obtain any more useful information from the young men, he bid farewell to them and directly flew toward Three Saint Mountain. Jianchen no longer concealed his presence after arriving at Three Saint Mountain. A powerful presence immediately radiated from him, but it was only at the level of a saint ruler. Shao Qian and Shao Yu immediately emerged from their caves when they sensed the arrival of a saint ruler. They recognized Jianchen from afar and said, So it's young Master Jianchen who has suddenly come for a visit. Jianchen clasped his hands at the two of them with a smile and said, Jianchen has come without warning. Please forgive me if I've disturbed you in any way. There's no need to be so polite, young Master Jianchen. Please come in. Shao Qian and Shao Yu did not treat Jianchen as an outsider at all. They were extremely friendly. Jianchen followed Shao Qian and Shao Yu into Three Saint Mountain. After exchanging some pleasantries with them, he expanded the senses of his soul and enveloped the entire mountain. However, he failed to find any traces of the heavenly enchantress, so he asked, Miss Shao Qian, Miss Shao Yu, may I ask where your master is right now? Master has already been in seclusion for several years. If young Master Jianchen wants to find her, you'll probably return in disappointment, said Shao Qian. Seclusion? Jianchen frowned slightly. When he had scanned the heavenly enchantress location earlier, he had failed to find her. Has the heavenly enchantress not been in seclusion on the island and gone somewhere else? Jianchen thought. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a woman in a white dress standing there with a zither in her arms. She stared at Jianchen in a daze. The woman's appearance was extremely beautiful, enough to captivate the birds and beasts, enough to overshadow the moon and put the flowers to shame. She was a rare beauty in this world. She was not very old, and from her appearance, she looked no more than 20 years old. She looked very gentle and quiet, and her body naturally exuded a noble temperament that was cultivated from a young age in a large family. Miss Qin. Jianchen subconsciously cried out. His gaze toward the woman was filled with surprise and disbelief. Although this was the first time he had seen Qin's appearance, he naturally recognized her with a single glance due to his familiarity with her. She was the second young lady of the Tianqin clan. Qin slowly walked over with her zither. She stared at Jianchen without blinking at all. Her gaze was filled with mixed feelings. She said, "Young Master Jianchen, I never thought that you would actually recognize me. It really makes me feel honored. Miss Qin, aren't you from the Tianqin clan on the Tianyuan continent? Why have you suddenly appeared here?" Jianchen asked in surprise. "I've already become the disciple of the heavenly enchantress. Master brought me here," said Qin. Her voice was gentle and filled with charm. "Miss Qin has a very high comprehension of the zither. Congratulations on becoming the disciple of the heavenly enchantress." Jianchen smiled gently. He felt happy for Qin inside as well. However, the only thing that worried him was the way Qin looked at him. Jianchen was no longer an ignorant person. How could he not see Qin's feelings for him? This made him feel troubled. Jianchen gently sighed inside. He stopped thinking about these matters and took out a piece of jade from his space ring. He passed it to Qin and said, "Miss Qin, this place is extremely far away from the Tianyuan continent, and Senior Heavenly Enchantress is often in seclusion. When you want to go home, just shatter this piece of jade. I'll come as soon as possible to take you back to the Tianyuan continent so that you can reunite with your family." "Thank you, young Master Jianchen." Qin smiled sweetly. She extended her hand and accepted the piece of jade from Jianchen. She held it like it was a treasure. "It's time for me to return to the Tianyuan continent. Miss Qin, Miss Xiao Qian, Miss Xiao Yu, let's meet again in the future." Jianchen missed his family, so he was in no mood to stay on Three Saint Island. He immediately bid farewell to the three women. Qin immediately panicked when she heard that Jianchen wanted to return to the Tianyuan continent. "Young Master Jianchen, you can't return to the Tianyuan continent. Everyone on the Tianyuan continent is looking for you. They all want to steal the winged tiger." Qin could not help but glance at the white tiger on Jianchen's shoulder as she said that. Jianchen smiled. "Don't worry, they won't be able to do anything to me." Chapter 966. Three Saint Island was extremely far from the Tianyuan continent. Even with Jianchen's speed, it took him close to 10 days to leave the sea realm. He arrived on land, but he did not stop at all. He continued to fly toward the depths of the continent. During this period of time, Jianchen would stop and ask the caravans and mercenaries that he came across along the way. However, apart from learning that he was in a small kingdom, he learned nothing else. Perhaps it was because they were too far away, or perhaps it was because they were too ignorant, but they had not even heard of the 8 great kingdoms of the continent. It was basically impossible for Jianchen to learn the location of the kingdom of Jessen from them. Jianchen traveled for another 4 hours before stopping in an extremely bustling capital of a kingdom. The Tianyuan continent was just too large. There were many kingdoms on it, so many that no one could accurately count them all. The first thing he needed to do right now was to find a map that would lead him back to the kingdom of Jessen. Jianchen expanded the senses of his soul and enveloped the entire city. He then made his way to the largest grocery store in the center of the city. Jianchen conversed with the waiter in the grocery store. In the end, he left with a map of the Qin Empire. This was the most detailed map the store had. Although the kingdom of Jessen was not on the map, It was enough for Jianchen. As long as he made it to the Qin Empire, he would be able to go to the kingdom of Jessen through a space gate in the Qin Empire. Jianchen took the map and walked out of the grocery store. As soon as he arrived on the main street, he saw a group of mercenaries walking towards him. At the front of the group were several middle-aged men riding Class 4 magical beasts. They were chatting as they walked. I heard that the Extinguishing Alliance has been wantonly recruiting people across the continent. They want to become the greatest mercenary group on the continent. I wonder if that's true, said a bare-chested, middle-aged man. A person in red armor beside him sneered disdainfully when he heard that. He mocked. They want to become the greatest mercenary group on the continent? This Extinguishing Alliance sure is ambitious. The Tianyuan continent is so large, so how can a single mercenary group reach so far? Do they really think that their Extinguishing Alliance is a mercenary city? You better believe me. The Extinguishing Alliance is far more powerful than you can imagine. It's said that they have the support of a holy emperor behind them. They're extremely powerful, and I've received reliable news that the Extinguishing Alliance seems to want the Holy Emperor behind them to personally set up several dozen space gates in Extinguishing City. They can lead to anywhere on the continent, the bare-chested. Space gates? What's that? A few other mercenaries around the same age as the man all gathered their heads together. They asked curiously. The bare-chested man lowered his head and thought for a while before replying in a rather confused manner. I don't know what space gates are either, but I've heard from others that it's an ability that can send people to any place on the continent. Only a holy emperor can use this ability. The mercenaries on the Class 4 magical beasts all became surprised when they heard that. The man in red armor also sighed in amazement. If the Extinguishing Alliance really has such an ability and can send people to any corner of the Tianyuan continent as they please, it wouldn't be impossible for them to become the greatest mercenary group on the continent. Of course, don't forget that the Extinguishing Alliance occupies the only city constructed from tungsten alloy in the history of the Tianyuan continent. Just this city alone is enough to stand up to the 7 capital cities of the continent. Extinguishing Flame City is already known as the 8th capital city, the bare-chested man said enviously. Jianchen, who had just brushed past the mercenaries, immediately came to a halt when he heard that. A sliver of curiosity appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "Who is this Extinguishing Alliance? They actually occupy the only city constructed from tungsten alloy on the continent. Strange, wasn't the first city constructed from tungsten alloy the Flame Mercenaries' Flame City? Why is there another one? Why haven't I heard of such a famous city before? Hold on, extinguishing flame, extinguishing flame, extinguishing flame." Jianchen seemed to realize something as a gleam of light gradually flashed through his eyes. With a single movement, he vanished from where he was. This Extinguishing Alliance. The bare-chested man on the Class 4 magical beast continued to rattle on about the latest information he had obtained. However, just when he reached there, he felt his vision blur. A white-robed young man had suddenly appeared before him. The young man stood firmly on the back of his magical beast and stared down at him. He growled, "Tell me, what kind of mercenary group is this Extinguishing Alliance? How did they manage to occupy the first city completely constructed from tungsten alloy on the Tianyuan continent?" The man was a bad-tempered person. He had quite a background behind him, so he immediately became furious when he saw someone speak to him in such a manner while standing on his mount. He pressed down hard on the back of his mount, and his body suddenly rose up. He actually stood up like Jianchen and angrily roared, "How dare you!" However, just as he blurted out the word bold, he suddenly felt his neck tighten. He saw that the young man had already reached out his hand with lightning speed and tightly pinched his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Immediately, a feeling of suffocation came over him. The burly man still wanted to use his hands to resist, but just as he moved his hands, He was horrified to find that the space around his body had instantly solidified, imprisoning his entire body in place. He couldn't even move a finger. The sudden change immediately terrified the man, who had never experienced the might of a saint ruler before. The flames of fury in his heart were extinguished at that moment, replaced by fear. Now, no matter how stupid he was, he understood that the young man before him was not someone he could provoke. "Who are you? How dare you touch a member of our Viper mercenaries? Die!" The companions beside the man all returned to their senses. They immediately drew their saint weapons and stabbed at Jianchen. "Piss off!" Jianchen bellowed. Suddenly, a tremendous presence erupted from his body, forming a powerful shockwave that slammed into the middle-aged men. The middle-aged men were all Earth Saint Masters, so they were blown away by the shockwave from Jianchen's presence without being able to resist at all. They smashed into the shops on the two sides of the street and constantly vomited blood. They were all heavily injured. Jianchen glared at the man. He loosened his grip on the man's neck and growled, "Tell me, where did this extinguishing alliance come from? Where is that city made of tungsten alloy that they've taken over?" The burly man had personally witnessed how Jianchen had sent his companions flying with just a burst of his presence. He was immediately frightened out of his wits, almost fainting on the spot. This was because he knew extremely well that even Heaven Saint Masters would not be able to do something like this. To be able to injure several Earth Saint Masters so easily and even control space to immobilize him, the person had to be one of the rare saint rulers in the legend. The man no longer dared to act tough after recovering his ability to speak, especially after guessing Jianchen's strength. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Senior, please spare me. I was blind and did not recognize your presence. Please forgive me and spare my life." Jianchen's face sank. He growled, "Answer my question." Yes. I'll answer immediately. I don't know the exact origins of this extinguishing alliance because I've only heard about it from others. The 8th major city that they've taken over, Extinguishing City, is located in an extremely distant place. I don't know exactly how far it is, but it's rather close to the Qin Empire, the man hurriedly replied. It's rather close to the Qin Empire. Jianchen's heart shivered as he softly murmured. The ill omen he suddenly felt became more and more intense. "Then do you know about the Flame Mercenaries?" Jianchen followed up with another question. I do. Of course I do. There's basically no mercenary on the Tianyuan continent who doesn't know about the Flame Mercenaries. It's said that the 8th city on the Tianyuan continent, Annihilation City, was originally built by the Flame Mercenaries, but it was suddenly taken away by the people of the Korea Annihilating Alliance as soon as it was finished. The man answered everything he knew. Jianchen suddenly became stunned. He became rather dejected as the man's final words echoed through his head. He struggled to accept it. It was taken away. It's been taken away. The tungsten alloy city that my Flame Mercenaries built after so much effort has actually been taken away. No, this is impossible. How can this be? How can this be? At that moment, Jianchen seemed to have lost his soul. His face was filled with deep sorrow. Suddenly Yu, Bailian, and the others flashed through Jianchen's head. It immediately made Jianchen's expression change. He immediately grabbed the man and yelled out, "What happened to the people of the Flame Mercenaries in the end? Tell me, what happened to the people of the Flame Mercenaries in the end?" Jianchen's voice was filled with worry. Back then, the 10 protector clans had all been searching for him. He was afraid that the people of the Flame Mercenaries would be affected or even harmed. Before he had left, he had asked Tianjin to look after the Flame Mercenaries for him. Now that Flame City had actually been taken away, and even Tianjin was unable to stop it, Jianchen was basically certain that the 10 protector clans had interfered with this matter. I don't know. I really don't know. I only know that they were chased away. I don't know what happened afterwards because I didn't hear anything else. The man had become dumbfounded from fright. Even his voice began to tremble. Chapter 967. Jianchen continued to stand on the back of the Class 4 magical beast. The magical beast had already collapsed from fright, trembling on the ground. Its eyes were filled with fear. A powerful killing intent radiated from Jianchen uncontrollably. It surged into the sky, causing the clouds to change color. Even the sun in the sky had lost its former brilliance, as if it was unable to compete with the killing intent radiating from Jianchen. The city Jianchen resided in was a king city, as well as the imperial city of a kingdom. There was a resplendent imperial palace behind the city. A few old men who were cultivating in the palace opened their eyes at the same time. They stared into the distance in shock before emerging from the hall at the same time. They were extremely stern. These old men were all peak experts of the kingdom. They were all Heaven Saint Masters. What a tremendous presence! What powerful killing intent! It's actually making me tremble from the bottom of my heart. Heaven Saint Masters definitely can't possess such a powerful presence. The person who gives off this presence is definitely a saint ruler, an old man said with a heavy voice. A few other Heaven Saint Masters quickly walked over from afar. One of them said with a heavy voice, "A saint ruler has come to our city. It looks like someone has angered him. Let's go and take a look." The Heaven Saint Masters immediately flew toward Jianchen. At the same time, on a barren mountain dozens of miles away from the city, a small wooden hut stood quietly in an open space. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion sat in the wooden hut as he cultivated. The space around the old man slowly rippled at a visible rate. The old man's entire body seemed to have fused with the world. The old man was a hermit who had become a saint ruler many years ago. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped open. With a single movement, he left the hut and appeared on a mountain several hundred meters away. He stared into the distance sternly as shock filled his muddy eyes. He said with a trembling voice, "What a powerful presence! What terrifying killing intent! This is a holy emperor, a mighty holy emperor. Why has he appeared in such a remote place and radiated with such terrifying killing intent? Has someone angered him? No, I have to go back and take a look." The old man fused with the surrounding space and left as a faint blur. In the city, Jianchen clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Extinguishing Alliance, how dare you steal my flame city and chase away my flame mercenaries? No matter who is behind you, I, Jianchen, will not forgive you." At this moment, the Heaven Saint Masters in the Imperial Palace all flew over. They stopped 100 meters away from Jianchen and stared at him nervously. After a moment of hesitation, one of them finally stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Senior, we are the Imperial Advisors of the Amazon Kingdom. May I ask what has angered you, Senior? If you need us, we are more than happy to serve you." The Imperial Advisors dared not offend Jianchen at all, so they spoke extremely politely. Jianchen did not pay attention to them. Instead, he looked into the distance. His eyes were bloodshot as the remaining anger and killing intent in them had yet to disperse. A figure flew over from where Jianchen was looking, arriving before Jianchen in the blink of an eye. It was the old man who had been cultivating on a mountain several dozen kilometers away. The Imperial Advisors immediately rejoiced when they saw the old man arrive. They all politely bowed to the old man and said, "We greet the Imperial Protector." The old man who they called the Imperial Protector completely ignored them. He studied Jianchen secretly and was secretly shocked inside. This was because he felt like he had been stabbed by two swords under Jianchen's gaze, causing him to ache faintly. When he faced Jianchen, he felt like he was not facing a person, but an unreachable mountain. He felt like he was as weak as an ant before him, making him feel extremely pressured. He really is a sovereign who has reached the level of the Holy Emperor. He really is powerful, thought the old man. However, he maintained a respectful expression on the surface. He bowed deeply to Jianchen and said politely, I am Yen Zenon. Greetings to Senior. May I ask what has caused Senior to become so angry? If Senior has any use for me, Yen Zenon is willing to do anything for Senior. The Imperial Protector of the Amazon Kingdom saw how the Imperial Protector, who had reached the level of Saint Ruler, was actually so respectful to Jianchen, even calling him Senior. They were all shocked and their gazes towards Jianchen underwent a drastic change. Could it be that the person before us isn't a Saint Ruler, but a sovereign who has reached the level of the Holy Emperor? At that moment, the Imperial Protectors who were only Heaven Saint Masters all had the same thought. It immediately caused a huge commotion in their hearts. They were all shocked. Is there a space gate nearby? Jianchen stared at Yen Zenon with a sharp gaze and asked with a heavy voice. Hearing that, doubt flashed through Yen Zenon's eyes, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He politely said, Senior, if there's a space gate in a radius of several 100,000 kilometers, then there's probably only the ancient clan that lives in the White Phoenix Mountains, the Kugu clan. Where is the White Phoenix Mountains? Jianchen immediately asked. It's 500,000 kilometers to the west. Yen Zenon didn't dare to hide anything and said honestly. As soon as Yen Zenon finished speaking, Jianchen shot off like a cannonball, flying west with lightning speed. His current location was extremely far from the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great kingdoms. If he traveled by air, it would take quite some time. After learning about what had happened in Flame City, Jianchen was no longer in the mood to travel slowly. Right now, he only wanted to find a space gate to return to the kingdom of Jessen as quickly as possible. It would save him quite a lot of time. Newbies had reached the level of the Holy Emperor and could rip open a space gate, but Newbies was currently studying the Saint Tier battle skill he had obtained from the Sea Realm in the artifact space. He had reached a crucial moment, so Jianchen did not want to disturb Newbies over something so small. He wanted to prevent Newbies from wasting all his efforts. There was an ancient mountain range several 100,000 kilometers away from the Yama Kingdom. Many magical beasts lived there, including many Class 6 magical beasts. It was the perfect place for mercenaries to hunt magical beasts. In the depths of the mountain range was a region shrouded in poisonous mist. The mist never dispersed and was extremely powerful. Even Heaven Saint Masters dared not venture in there. Several powerful Class 6 magical beasts stood guard outside the mist. Over the countless years, many Heaven Saint Masters had ventured into this place, but in the end, they either fled with heavy injuries or died there. As time went on, the mist-shrouded region became a death zone. Within the area covered by the poisonous fog, there was a huge manor that few people knew about. The manor was covered by a powerful barrier, and there were countless houses inside. One could clearly see many plainly dressed people moving around inside. This was where the ancient Kegu clan lived in seclusion. The mountain range was called the White Phoenix Mountains. At this moment, the poisonous fog outside the Kugu clan began to violently fluctuate. A black sword chi seemed to have come from the sky. It broke through the blockade of the poisonous fog and ruthlessly bombarded the barrier that enveloped the Kugu clan. Boom! The peace of the Kegu clan was shattered. With a violent boom, the barrier personally cast down by the Holy Emperor immediately shattered. It was unable to stop the sword chi. The sudden change alarmed everyone in the Kugu family. At this moment, those experts who were in seclusion opened their eyes one after another. Their bodies emitted a huge aura as they rushed into the sky like lightning. Everyone stared at the disappearance of the barrier with a dignified expression. Who has descended? My Kegu clan may have failed to welcome you, but there is no need for you to break through our barrier. An old voice rang out in the surroundings. The voice was forceful and filled with vigor as it reverberated through the surroundings. Along with the voice, a majestic aura suddenly appeared, enveloping the surrounding area. An old man with wrinkles all over his face slowly floated up into the air. He was one of the 2 great ancestors of the Kugu family, Conan. At the same time, Another old man slowly rose into the air in another direction of the Keigo clan as he radiated with a tremendous presence. He was the second ancestor of the Keigo clan, Kubei. The two Saint Kings, Kunan and Kubei, were furious as they raised their heads to look at the sky. The mist churned in the sky as a white-robed young man slowly descended with a sword in his hand. The young man's face was cold as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Conan and Kubei both stared at the sword in Jianshan's hand. With their knowledge, they obviously recognized the Emperor armament with a single glance. Their eyes suddenly narrowed as shock filled their faces. "Sir, may I ask how my Keigo clan has offended you?" Kubei asked with a heavy voice as his eyes were filled with sternness. "Do you have a space gate here? Let me borrow it." Jianshan descended from the sky as he coldly stared at the two holy Emperor experts. "Humph, sir, you're the mighty sovereign of the Holy Emperor. You can rip through space to create a space gate, yet you're actually borrowing our space gate? Are you toying with us?" Conan was furious. Jianshan was emotionless. He did not explain too much as he coldly said, "I'll be borrowing your space gate and I'll leave immediately." Chapter 968. The two holy emperors' faces sank. In their eyes, Jianshan clearly possessed the strength of a holy emperor, enough to rip open a space gate, yet he insisted on using their clan's space gate. This was a blatant provocation. The Kogu clan was a mighty ancient clan with two holy emperor experts. How could they allow others to insult them like this? Kunan and Kubei immediately flew into a rage and bellowed, "Sir, don't look down on us. Since you've insulted our Kogu clan like this, let's see what you're capable of. Let's see just how capable you are to look down on our Kogu clan." Jianshan immediately frowned when he heard that. He had only come to the Kogu clan to borrow their space gate, but he had never thought that such a simple matter would lead to a misunderstanding from the Kogu clan. Before Jianshan could explain himself, the two holy emperor experts had already leapt into the air. They charged toward Jianshan as powerful pulses of energy radiated from them. A huge sword as wide as a palm appeared in their hands as they swung it toward Jianshan with terrifying pressure. The space on the Tianyuan continent was not as tough as the Sea Realm. As the two holy emperor experts swung their swords, the space immediately shattered, turning into darkness. However, this did not affect Kunan and Kubei at all. Their saint weapons glowed brightly as they shot toward Jianshan with lightning-like speed. Kubei and Kunan were at the second heavenly layer and the third heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Although they were also supreme experts on the Tianyuan continent, they were nothing in Jianshan's eyes. With the toughness of the third layer of the chaotic body, he could block an attack from a holy emperor at the third heavenly layer with just his body and emerge unscathed. Jianshan's face remained as cold as before. It did not change at all. With a sudden jerk of his arm, the emperor armament in his hand stabbed out as a black streak of light. Ding! With two clear sounds, the emperor armament collided with Kubei and Kunan's saint weapons. A violent storm of energy erupted, causing the sky to constantly tremble. Kunan and Kubei immediately felt an irresistible force the moment they collided with the emperor armament. Not only did it cause their arms to become numb, but a sliver of the remaining force also entered their bodies through their arms, causing their organs to violently shake and their blood to churn. Kogu and Kunan's bodies flew backwards uncontrollably. They only stabilized after retreating a distance of 10 kilometers. Immediately, their hearts were filled with shock. The two of them understood that if Jianshan had used just a little more power, the two of them definitely would have been heavily injured. And from how relaxed Kunan was, it was clear that he had not used his full strength in the previous attack. "Sir, who are you? How has my Kogu clan offended you? Why do you want to make things difficult for my Kogu clan?" Kunan asked with a heavy voice. He was extremely stern. "I only want to use the space gate. I don't want to make things difficult for your Kogu clan," Jianshan said with a heavy voice. "Humph, you are a Saint Emperor Supreme, your strength is far greater than ours. You can tear open space and form a space gate, yet you insist on going through so much trouble to borrow my Kugu clan's space gate. Are you not toying with my Kugu clan? Kubei said with a gloomy expression. Jianshan could not be bothered to explain to them. He said again, I'll leave immediately if I use the space gate. Are you going to lend it to me or not? If you're not going to lend it to me, I'll just have to use it myself. Jianshan's voice was cold, but it was filled with a great sense of arrogance. He did not take the Kugu clan that possessed two holy emperor experts seriously at all. The current Jianshan was completely different from the Jianshan of a few years ago. The Jianshan of a few years ago was absolutely powerless against a peak ancient family. But now, he already possessed the absolute strength to look down on the ancient aristocratic families and even threaten them. This was a world where strength was respected. There was no reason to speak of, no fairness to speak of, no right or wrong to speak of. The only thing that could speak was strength, strength that was strong enough to make all opponents wary, or even fearful of a powerful strength. The two holy emperors of the Kugu clan's expressions changed again and again. Faced with Jianshan's threatening words, the two of them were powerless to resist. This was because the other party was powerful enough to look down on the two of them and overturn the Kugu clan. Alright, since Sir wants to use our space gate, please come with us. The two holy emperors of the Kugu clan finally admitted defeat. Whether the other party had come to provoke them or really wanted to use their space gate, the two of them had no choice but to comply with Jianshan's request and bring him to the location of the space gate. Under the gazes of countless clansmen of the Kugu clan, Jianshan stood behind Kubei and Kunan and swaggered towards the location of the space gate. Soon after, Kugu and Kunan personally opened the space gate. Seeing that Jianshan really did intend to use their space gate and was not looking for trouble with them, Kunan and Kubei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shortly after, Kubei expressionlessly asked, Where does Sir want us to set the space gate? The Qin Empire, one of the 8 great powers, Jianshan said. The space gate was quickly set to the Qin Empire. Afterwards, Jianshan directly stepped into the space gate under the gazes of the two holy emperors, Kunan and Kubei, and left. As soon as Jianshan left, Kunan and Kubei quickly closed the space gate and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. They had finally sent away this troublesome opponent. Jianshan directly arrived at the Qin Empire through the space gate. After determining the location, he immediately flew towards the Qin Empire's imperial palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was extremely fast. The imperial palace of the Qin Empire was peaceful. Squads of armored elite soldiers patrolled the imperial palace in an orderly manner. In the quiet imperial palace, there was a majestic and inviolable atmosphere. Majestic. At this moment, a vast and majestic presence appeared in the distance. The presence was so great that it seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth, causing the clouds in the surroundings to change color. The clouds in the sky surged as if there was a serpent dragon surging within. The presence grew stronger and stronger as it constantly approached the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. The imperial protector cultivating in the 4 Qin heavenly halls of the Qin Empire opened their eyes at the same time. Shock flashed through their eyes. Without any hesitation, they immediately left the heavenly hall and hovered high in the air. They sternly stared in the direction of the presence. At the same time, all the Heaven Saint Masters in the Imperial Palace and the experts of the same level in the Imperial Palace all sensed the tremendous presence that caused them to tremble from the depths of their souls. All of them were shocked. They stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky, in the direction of the presence. It's a saint ruler. A saint ruler has come to the Imperial Qin city. Looking at his presence, he can be considered as one of the most powerful saint rulers in the world. I think he's at the 5th heavenly layer of saint ruler at the very least. Only an expert like that can make me tremble. This saint ruler has come with ill intentions. I think he's probably here to cause trouble for the Qin Empire. What's there to be afraid of? The Qin Empire has the 4 imperial protector. They have the advantage in numbers. If that person dares to provoke the Qin Empire, he'll definitely die in the end. All the Heaven Saint Masters in the Imperial Qin city discussed. Because they were far too weak, they all believed that the person who gave off the presents was a saint ruler. In their eyes, only saint rulers would occasionally appear on the Tianyuan continent. They did not even dare to think about the people who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor. This was because the Holy Emperor was a figure that only existed in legends to the Heaven Saint Masters. He had not appeared for thousands of years. The 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire hovered in the air. Qin Yunlong said with a heavy voice, "What a tremendous presence! The person who can give off this presence is at the level of the Holy Emperor at the very least. Just who is he? Why has he come to our Qin Empire? In all these years, our Qin Empire has never offended such an expert," one of the imperial protector beside Qin Yunlong said with a heavy voice. He was extremely stern. The other 2 imperial protector were also stern. They were filled with anxiety. Under the nervous gazes of the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire, a figure shot over with lightning speed. Very soon, he stopped before the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire. He was Jianchen, who had come to the Qin Empire through the space gate of the Kugu clan. The 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire had already clasped their hands, but just as they were about to bow, they suddenly saw Jianchen's appearance. They immediately became stunned before disbelief filled their faces. Their mouths hung wide open as they were extremely shocked. "Jianchen, Jianchen!" Qin Yunlong cried out as he stared at Jianchen in disbelief. His heart churned. He had never thought that the person who gave off such a powerful presence would be Jianchen, who had disappeared for several years. "Jianchen, Imperial Protector. How can it be you, Jianchen? Have you already reached the level of a holy emperor in just a few years? Jianchen, are you a holy ruler or a holy emperor right now?" The other 3 imperial protector all cried out. Everyone looked at Jianchen in disbelief. The 4 of them could obviously feel the tremendous presence radiating from Jianchen. Moreover, they actually felt an invisible pressure when facing Jianchen. It also made them feel like they could not defeat him. Obviously, only a supreme expert who had reached the level of a holy emperor could make them feel this way. However, the 4 of them did not dare to believe that Jianchen had broken through holy ruler so quickly and reached the level of a holy emperor. Chapter 969. 4 Imperial Protectors. I have an urgent matter that requires the use of the spatial gate. Let's catch up later. We can talk later, Jianchen said emotionlessly. Although returning home was something to be happy about, Jianchen was unable to feel happy about what had happened to the flame mercenaries. Qin Yunlong sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At that moment, his gaze towards Jianchen had completely changed. He said, "Jianchen, is it because of the flame mercenaries?" Jianchen nodded. He said, "What happened to the flame mercenaries? Everything was fine, so why were they chased away and robbed of Flame City? Who is the mastermind behind the Extinguishing Alliance?" "It's one of the 8 kings of the Felicity Empire, the Equal King," said Qin Yunlong. "The Equal King? So it's him." The killing intent in Jianchen's eyes skyrocketed. His gaze became extremely terrifying. "Then what's the current situation of the flame mercenaries?" Jianchen asked immediately. Qin Yunlong sighed gently. He said, "The flame mercenaries have basically disbanded. Some of them have gone their separate ways, some have joined the Extinguishing Alliance, and some have gone to the kingdom of Jessen. Your friends are all fine. They've all been taken away by a holy emperor from one of the protector clans." Jianchen could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he heard that Yu and the others were fine. However, his killing intent did not weaken at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to use the space gate to go to Flame City. I'd like to see just how capable the Extinguishing Alliance is." How dare they steal Flame City that belongs to me, Jianchen? Afterward, Jianchen went to the space gate under the personal escort of the 4 Imperial Protector from the Qin Empire. He left through the space gate and headed to Flame City. The 4 Imperial Protector from the Qin Empire stood there in fright after Jianchen's departure. The light in their eyes flickered as they became uncertain. A group of Heaven Saint Masters gathered beside the 4 of them. Strange. Has Jianchen reached the level of a holy emperor? His presence has definitely reached the level of a holy emperor, so why did he come to our Qin Empire and use a space gate to leave? An Imperial Protector asked in doubt. The other 3 Imperial Protector all nodded with that question. They all found it extremely strange. The Imperial Protectors behind the 4 of them were all shocked when they heard that. Shock filled their faces. At that moment all of them doubted their ears. The Imperial Protector from Jianchen, who had only broken through to Saint Ruler a few years ago, had actually become a holy emperor. All of them found it hard to believe. Jianchen, who had already left through the space gate, had no idea just how shocked he had been to the people of the Qin Empire. He had already arrived 10 kilometers away from Flame City. From afar, Jianchen could see the majestic, dark walls of the city. It seemed like a prostrating serpent dragon, radiating with an invisible pressure that deeply shocked his soul. The city gate of Extinguishing Flame City was wide open. A large number of people dressed as mercenaries were walking in and out of the city gate. They were either walking on foot or riding on magical beasts, leaving a trail of footprints on the ground. Flame City was bustling right now. Not only were there several million people living in the city, but there were also many shops. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with life. Jianchen slowly looked up and saw a plaque with the words Flame City on it. Killing intent immediately began to boil within him, surging into the sky uncontrollably. The city before him that was completely constructed from tungsten alloy originally belonged to the Flame Mercenaries. The people living in the city and the flags fluttering on the walls all belonged to the Flame Mercenaries, but now everything had changed. It had all become someone else's. When he thought about how the city that the Flame Mercenaries had painstakingly constructed after expending so much wealth and effort, Jianchen could not contain his anger. Arg! Jianchen roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder, exploding through the surroundings. The terrifying sound waves possessed enough power to pierce through metal and rock. Not only did they tear the clouds to pieces, but they also caused the entire city to tremble gently, causing a thick layer of dust to fall. On the city walls of Extinguishing Flame City, the members of the Extinguishing Flame Alliance who were guarding the city all covered their ears with their hand. They fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Everyone's eardrums were hurt by the roar, and blood flowed out of their ears. It was not just them. Countless people in the city were affected as well. The several million people's eardrums had ruptured from Jianchen's roar, causing them to suffer from splitting headache. Some of them had even fainted. In the blink of an eye, the city was in chaos. People were lying on the ground all over the street. A single roar from Jianchen was enough to incapacitate several million people from the Flame Mercenaries. Countless people were injured. This was the might of the Holy Emperor. Roar. At the same time, a deafening tiger's roar rang out. It was filled with a vast sense of majesty, as if a supreme king had descended and looked down on the world. The white tiger on Jianchen's shoulder suddenly stood up. It mimicked Jianchen and roared at the sky, producing a sound that was completely disproportionate to its tiny body. Although it was nowhere near as majestic as Jianchen, its roar possessed a deterrence that Jianchen did not possess. It possessed a supreme sense of majesty that could not be violated. Countless magical beasts in the city all cried out sorrowfully. They all lay on the ground and trembled. Deep fear filled their eyes. The weaker mercenaries who had not fainted from Jianchen's roar all tilted their heads and fainted from the roar. Over 20 powerful presences appeared in the imperial palace at the center of the city. The 20 or so saint rulers who were cultivating in the palace were all alarmed. They all flew out of the palace. The Flame Mercenaries Alliance was composed of over a dozen peak mercenary group. The 20 or so saint rulers were the old captains of the mercenaries. The saint rulers arrived at the entrance of the city with lightning-like speed. They all became extremely stern when they saw Jianchen hovering in the air. With their strength, they could obviously sense Jianchen's strength. The tremendous presence from Jianchen made them shiver inside. They all understood that the person before them was definitely an expert on par with the Holy Emperor. They had heard of Jianchen before, but they had never seen Jianchen before. As a result, they failed to recognize Jianchen immediately. "May I ask for Senior's name? Why have you become enemies with our Flame Mercenaries Alliance?" "We don't seem to have offended Senior," a saint ruler from the Flame Mercenaries Alliance carefully asked. Jianchen radiated with killing intent as he coldly stared at the saint rulers. He called out, "You've stolen my city and chased away my flame mercenaries. Who do you think I am?" The saint rulers of the Flame Extinguishing Alliance all became stunned when they heard that. One of them returned to his senses and immediately cried out, "Are you the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Jianchen?" "What? He's the Jianchen that the Protector clans have been searching for all these years? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the white tiger on his shoulder is the winged tiger?" "Impossible, this is definitely impossible. It's said that Jianchen is only a saint ruler and that he's only broken through recently. How did he become a holy emperor so quickly? No matter how great Jianchen's talent is, it's impossible for him to cultivate so quickly. He's definitely not Jianchen." The saint rulers all cried out. They all looked at Jianchen in disbelief, but most of them looked at the white tiger on Jianchen's shoulder. Greed and desire filled their eyes. Jianchen's face was sunken. He glanced past the saint rulers with a sharp gaze, but he did not find Bianwang. As a result, he called out, "The captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Jianchen, has come. Where is Bianwang? Come out and die." Jianchen's loud voice reverberated through the surroundings, causing the surrounding space to tremble. It reached 100 kilometers away. "What? The captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Jianchen, has returned? It's Captain Jianchen. Captain Jianchen has returned." Some of the mercenaries who had not fainted in the city all cried out. Their faces all became extremely mixed. This was because they used to belong to the Flame Mercenaries. However, after the Flame Mercenaries collapsed, they joined the Extinguishing Alliance and became a part of it. The saint rulers of the Extinguish Alliance finally confirmed Jianchen's identity when they heard Jianchen's report. Their faces all drastically changed. If Jianchen was only a saint ruler, they obviously would not fear him, but Jianchen radiated with the presence of the Holy Emperor, which made them all shiver in fear. "Humph, the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Jianchen, isn't even 50 years old yet. It's already pretty good for him to become a saint ruler at his age. I refuse to believe that he's really reached the level of the Holy Emperor. His presence is probably fake as well. It's not his true strength," a saint ruler from the Extinguish Alliance doubted. "Yeah, it's impossible for such a young holy emperor to appear on the Tianyuan continent. His presence must be fake. His true strength might not be greater than ours. Let's all go together and tear through his disguise." "Don't be fooled by him," another saint ruler called out. Another saint ruler called out. With that, he drew his saint weapon and charged at Jianchen with his 3 companions. Jianchen's gaze was extremely cold. The emperor armament appeared in his hand and he stabbed it toward the 4 saint rulers. The 4 saint rulers cried out at the same time and struck out as hard as they could. Their saint weapons tore through space and shot toward Jianchen with powerful ripples of energy. Jianchen's emperor armament collided with their saint weapons. How could an attack as powerful as the Holy Emperor's 7th heavenly layer be withstood by mere saint rulers? The saint weapons of the 4 saint rulers immediately shattered, causing them to vomit blood. Their faces paled in a single moment. The Emperor armament did not slow down at all. It cleaved through their heads like a bolt of lightning, cleaving their heads in half and wiping out their souls. Blood splattered in the air like a blooming flower. 4 saint rulers had actually been slain so easily. They could not put up any resistance at all. The expressions of all the saint rulers from the Extinguished Alliance drastically changed when they personally witnessed this. They retreated again and again in the air as their gazes toward Jianshan underwent a drastic change. Chapter 970. The members of the Extinguishing Alliance all paled at the sight of this. 4 powerful saint rulers had actually been slain so easily. It was an extremely heavy blow to all of them, filling them with deep fear. At that moment, all the members of the Extinguishing Alliance felt like they were enveloped by the shadow of death. Although they still had 23 saint rulers on their side, they did not feel safe at all. Jianshan looked at the remaining 23 saint rulers after killing the 4 saint rulers. He slowly raised the Emperor armament in his hand, and it shone with a black light. The destructive energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings like a layer of black flames of death. It made the 23 saint rulers feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was a power that made them tremble. It was a great power that they could not resist. The 23 saint rulers were all frightened. They constantly retreated as they hovered in the air. Their gazes toward Jianshan were filled with intense fear. Jianshan, it has nothing to do with us. It really has nothing to do with us. We attacked Flame City completely because we were bewitched by the parallel to the king. The main culprit is the parallel to the king. It was all because of him, a saint ruler said with a trembling voice. None of them dared to even think about fleeing against a holy emperor because holy emperors could rip open space gates. They could not flee at all. Where is the king? Jianshan's voice was extremely cold. It was filled with killing intent. In the imperial capital of the Felicity Empire, a saint ruler hurriedly replied. A saint ruler said in a hurry. He secretly prayed that Jianshan would hurry to the Felicity Empire to seek revenge from the Bijuan king and not stay here any longer. That way, they would have enough time to escape with their people and avoid a disaster. The king, no matter where you hide, Jianshan, will never let you go. However, before I go to the Felicity Empire, I want to deal with the experts of your Extinguishing Alliance first, Jianshan said with a deep voice. He slowly pointed the Emperor armament at the saint rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance. Powerful killing intent radiated from him without any concealment, causing the 23 saint rulers to all pale in fright. Jianshan, it really has nothing to do with us. It was all because of the king. He's the mastermind. We're only his chess pieces, the saint rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance explained. The saint rulers from the Extinguishing Alliance constantly explained. After personally witnessing Jianshan kill the 4 experts, they no longer dared to oppose Jianshan even though they had the numerical advantage. The king and you will all die, including the Extinguishing Alliance. Jianshan, will not let a single one of you go, Jianshan coldly said. He immediately charged toward the 23 saint rulers. At this moment, the space before Jianshan began to violently distort. A space gate suddenly appeared, and before he had even appeared, a vast presence radiated from it. Jianshan came to a halt. He hovered in the air as he stared at the space gate. A cold light flickered through his eyes. The 23 saint rulers all let out a sigh of relief. In their eyes, Jianshan possessed the winged tiger and was the target of the protector clans. Now that the Holy Emperor had appeared, he would definitely act against Jianshan and steal the winged tiger to keep Jianshan busy. Under the gazes of Jianshan and the saint rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance, a white-robed, pale-faced, middle-aged man walked out of the space gate. It's Senior Baife. Fantastic, Senior Baife has actually come. The 23 saint rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance immediately cried out in joy when they saw the middle-aged man. All of their faces were filled with excitement. Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed as killing intent exploded in his eyes. He sneered. Bai Yifei, you sure have come at the perfect time. Let's settle our grievances from back then today. Bai Yifei coldly stared at Jianchen. His eyes were filled with disdain as he sneered, Jianchen, I predicted that you would return one day, so I left behind a soul imprint here. I never thought that my prediction would come true. You really have returned. Today, it's time for you to. Bai Yifei's eyes suddenly narrowed as his expression drastically changed. He pointed at Jianchen and cried out, how is this possible? How can your presence be so powerful? How did you break through Saint Ruler in just a few short years and reach the Holy Emperor's domain? Bai Yifei's face was filled with disbelief as his heart churned. He could not remain calm at all. In the next moment, Bai Yifei's gaze suddenly landed on the sword in Jianchen's hand. His face changed once again, becoming filled with shock. He could not help but cry out, that's an Emperor armament. You've actually obtained an Emperor armament. Jianchen could not help but sneer when he saw how shocked Bai Yifei was. He said, Bai Yifei, it's a pity that I didn't kill you back then, but today is the day you die. No one can save you. Bai Yifei quickly suppressed his shock when he heard Jianchen's arrogant words. A gleam of light flickered through his eyes and he calmed down very soon. He heavily said, Jianchen, the presence of the Holy Emperor on you probably comes from the might of the Emperor armament. You're still a Saint Ruler, so do you really think you can defeat me with just an Emperor armament? You're dreaming. The Holy Emperor's strength is far beyond what you can imagine. I'll show you the true strength of the Holy Emperor right now. Once I kill you, the Emperor armament in your hand will be mine. I'll give the winged tiger to the Yuan sect in exchange for some medicine that can heal the soul. Bai Yifei's eyes burned with desire. His gaze toward the Emperor armament was filled with greed. He still did not know what Jianchen's true strength was, so he did not take Jianchen seriously. Instead, he treated the Emperor armament as already his. Jianchen's lips curled in disdain. He looked at Bai Yifei in disdain and sneered, You still don't have the ability to take my Emperor armament. We'll know once we try, Bai Yifei said confidently. He did not believe that Jianchen could become a holy emperor in just a few short years. Bai Yifei attributed all of Jianchen's powerful presence to the Emperor armament. Tremendous saint force wildly surged out of Bai Yifei's body. This was the power of the Holy Emperor. It was extremely powerful, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. At the same time, the invisible world force in the surroundings rapidly gathered, constantly revolving around Bai Yifei. Jianchen, I'll show you my power, Bai Yifei sneered. Bai Yifei's face twisted viciously as he suddenly bellowed out. The saint force around him fused with the world force in a single moment before turning into a huge finger. It shot toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed. The finger was 10 meters long and half a meter wide. It tore through the air with a devastating force, ripping through space. The disdain on Jianchen's face grew thicker and thicker. He looked at the incoming finger indifferently and suddenly swung the Emperor armament in his hand, producing a meter-long black sword qi. The black sword qi radiated with a devastating presence as it shot toward Bai Yifei's huge finger with an unstoppable force. Wherever the sword qi passed, a huge crack would appear in the surrounding space, reducing it to darkness. Boom! With a deafening boom, Jianchen's sword qi collided with Bai Yifei's huge finger in the air. Immediately, a violent ripple of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. The ground beneath their feet quaked and collapsed. Bai Yifei became rather stern. He said with a deep voice, I never thought that the Emperor armament would actually be so powerful. It can actually display such power in the hands of a saint ruler. If this Emperor armament ends up in my hands, my strength will definitely reach an unimaginable level. The greed in Bai Yifei's eyes became heavier and heavier as he reached the end. At this moment, a black streak of light suddenly appeared. Jianchen's sword qi did not disperse after colliding with Bai Yifei's finger. Instead, it shot out from the devastating ripple of energy in the air and continued toward Bai Yifei without slowing down at all. Bai Yifei's eyes suddenly narrowed as he cried out, "Oh no!" Afterward, surging energy gathered before him, condensing into a 3-meter-wide shield in a single moment to block the Black Sword Chi. The Black Sword Chi had completely locked onto Bai Yifei's presence. All Bai Yifei could do was forcefully endure the attack. Boom! The Black Sword Chi collided with Bai Yifei's shield, immediately erupting with a great boom. The Sword Chi was far more powerful than Bai Yifei had imagined. The shield condensed from Bai Yifei's Saint Force and World Force was actually unable to block it, loudly shattering. After being blocked twice, Jianshan's Sword Chi finally lost all its power after shattering Bai Yifei's shield, dispersing in the air. Even so, Bai Yifei was still sent flying by the powerful impact. While he was in the air, blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably, turning into streaks of blood swords that rained down from the sky. Bai Yifei finally stabilized himself after flying several dozen kilometers. He immediately stared at Jianshan in shock as disbelief filled his eyes. He said with difficulty, "How is this possible? How have you become so powerful? Have you really succeeded in reaching the level of the Holy Emperor?" Bai Yifei was still unable to accept this at this moment. In just a few short years, Jianshan's strength had increased to a level where he could heavily injure Bai Yifei. This was just far too shocking. Jianshan radiated with a heavy killing intent as he coldly called out, "Bai Yifei, I'll take your dog life today." With that, Jianshan charged toward Bai Yifei with the Emperor armament in hand. Chapter 971. Jianshan scoffed at Bai Yifei's threat. He sneered, "Bai Yifei, even if the 10 protector clans all come today, they won't be able to save your life. Die." Jianshan charged toward Bai Yifei even faster. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several dozen kilometers and arrived before Bai Yifei. The Emperor armament stabbed toward Bai Yifei as a black streak of light. Bai Yifei was already heavily injured, so he could not use as much of his strength as before. His heart immediately sank when he sensed the might of Jianshan's attack, but he did not slow down. A huge sword immediately appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him. Jianshan's Emperor armament struck Bai Yifei's huge sword. With the sound of metal clashing, the terrifying force knocked Bai Yifei away with his sword once more. He immediately vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood as his face became even paler, devoid of any color. Although Bai Yifei was also a holy emperor, Jianshan could use attacks at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor with the help of the Emperor armament. Bai Yifei was not Jianshan's opponent with his current strength. God damn it, how has Jianshan's strength increased to such a terrifying level in such a short amount of time? I can't even put up a fight before him. Bai Yifei was shocked inside. His gaze toward Jianshan was filled with fear. Jianshan gripped the Emperor armament tightly in his right hand as cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. With a slight movement, he turned into a blur and continued toward Bai Yifei. Bai Yifei's expression changed again and again. After clashing with Jianshan twice, Jianshan's strength had already filled him with fear. Bai Yifei felt like he could not defeat Jianshan. Seeing how Jianshan had actually chased after him again, he no longer had any interest in fighting. He planned on directly ripping through space to flee. At this moment, the space several kilometers away began to tremble. A space gate rapidly formed and a tremendous presence immediately radiated from it. The appearance of the spatial gate made Bai Yifei rejoice. He gave up on running and called out, "Ling Yuanzi, Jianshan has returned. Furthermore, the winged tiger is on his shoulder. If you don't come over, he'll escape. The one who should be running away is you, not me. A mere Ling Yuanzi can't scare me away." Jianshan's cold voice rang out. He ignored the space gate and locked onto Bai Yifei. When he approached Bai Yifei, he stabbed out with his Emperor armament without any hesitation. This sword seemed to pierce through the void, cutting through space-time. It completely broke through the obstruction of space, and arrived before Bai Yifei in an instant. Bai Yifei's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. In his eyes, he could clearly see a divine sword emitting a black light that was constantly growing larger. The shadow of death was like a dark cloud hanging over Bai Yifei's head. Madness filled Bai Yifei's eyes. He swung his saint weapon as hard as he could to resist, but after being heavily injured twice in a row, his strength rapidly weakened. As soon as his saint weapon collided with the Emperor armament, it was knocked away by a powerful force. However, the Emperor armament did not slow down at all, arriving before Bai Yifei's forehead. At this moment, a white-robed, sagely old man walked out of the space gate in the distance. He was one of the great elders of the Yuan sect, Ling Yuanzi. As soon as Ling Yuanzi emerged from the space gate, he saw Bai Yifei in imminent danger. His face immediately changed as he cried out, "Stop!" However, Jianshan ignored him. The Emperor armament stabbed into Bai Yifei's forehead mercilessly. Spurt! Bai Yifei's entire head was pierced by the Emperor armament. Even the powerful soul of the Holy Emperor seemed so fragile before the might of the Emperor armament. It could not even withstand a single strike, directly wiping out his soul. Bai Yifei's gaze suddenly became dull. The light in his eyes faded rapidly. He could no longer maintain the ability to float in the air. His entire body fell straight down from the sky just like that. Bai Yifei. Ling Yuanzi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he witnessed this scene. He let out a sorrowful cry and immediately charged towards Bai Yifei's falling body, wanting to catch it. A cold light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. With a jolt of his sword, he sent a strand of sword qi toward Ling Yuanzi. Although the attack was not Jianshan's full strength, it still possessed the might of the sixth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Ling Yuanzi bellowed out and his saint weapon immediately appeared. He also sent out a blade qi. The sword qi and blade qi collided in the air, erupting with a great boom. Ling Yuanzi's blade qi was immediately dispersing into surging energy of the world. Jianshan's sword qi weakened slightly as well, but it still shot toward Ling Yuanzi with lightning-like speed. Ling Yuanzi's eyes narrowed as he became rather stern. The curved blade in his hand began to shine brightly. With a jolt of his arm, the curved blade immediately split into three, shooting out 3 strands of blade qi at the same time. They began to rapidly spin in a triangular formation to receive the incoming black sword qi. Boom! With a great boom, Ling Yuanzi struck out twice and finally dispersed Jianshan's sword qi. With the obstruction, Ling Yuanzi no longer cared about Bai Yifei anymore. He immediately hovered in the air as he glared at Jianshan. He was extremely stern. "It's an Emperor armament. Jianshan, I never thought you'd actually obtain an Emperor armament from a trip to the Sea Realm." Ling Yuanzi recognized the Emperor armament with a single glance. His face immediately became ugly. As one of the great elders of the Protector clan, Ling Yuanzi was extremely knowledgeable. This was not the first time he had seen an Emperor armament, so he obviously understood its power extremely well. "Ling Yuanzi, I almost died to your hands when you hunted me down in the past. Today, I'll take my revenge. I'll use the Emperor armament in my hand to kill you. Bai Yifei will be your fate," Jianshan coldly said. Ling Yuanzi quickly glanced past the white tiger on Jianshan's shoulder and said, "Jianshan, do you think you can contend against our Protector clan with just an Emperor armament? You're far too naive. You are indeed stronger than me right now, but not only will you fail to kill me today, you'll even obediently deliver the winged tiger to our Yuan sect." As he said that, a piece of jade silently appeared in Ling Yuanzi's hand. He immediately crushed it to pieces, having already notified the other great elders of the Yuan sect. Ling Yuanzi's actions were immediately noticed by Jianshan. A cold light immediately flashed through his eyes as he yelled out, "Ling Yuanzi, since you've notified reinforcements, I'll kill you before they arrive." Jianshan flew up with the Emperor armament in hand, rapidly approaching Ling Yuanzi. The Emperor armament shone with a black light as a destructive presence wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Tremendous pulses of energy shook up the surroundings, causing space to distort and space to become a mess. Everything became a blur. This time, Jianshan had used his full strength. He did not hold back at all. He completely unleashed his battle prowess at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He wanted to end the battle quickly, slaying Ling Yuanzi before his reinforcements arrived. Ling Yuanzi's expression finally changed when he sensed the tremendous presence from Jianshan. If Jianshan made him feel pressured before, then Jianshan made him shiver. This is impossible. How has his strength become so terrifying in just a few short years? Even with the assistance of the Emperor armament, it's impossible for him to become so powerful. Just how does he cultivate? Ling Yuanzi was astounded as his face became rather pale. Jianshan's hair danced wildly as his clothes fluttered. The entire region of space seemed to have become a domain of darkness. This was the domain of chaotic force. Jianshan used the illusory flash, instantly crossing several kilometers and appearing before Ling Yuanzi. Wielding his sword with one hand, he fused with the sword and stabbed at Ling Yuanzi with lightning-like speed. The strike was nothing special, but Ling Yuanzi felt like he could not dodge it. It was as if he could not dodge it no matter how he tried. The only way to deal with it was to take it head-on. Ling Yuanzi's eyes exploded as an extremely powerful energy surged out from his body, condensing into a set of majestic armor in a single moment. At the same time, he pointed his curved blade at the sky, immediately causing the clouds to change. A powerful pressure appeared in the surroundings, firmly locking onto Jianshan. Wind cloud blade formation. Ling Yuanzi bellowed out. Suddenly, the curved blade in his hand completely vanished into thin air, as if it had fused with the surroundings. The wind and clouds in the sky seemed to be affected by some sort of energy. They began to fuse together, condensing into curved blades that gathered before Ling Yuanzi. In the blink of an eye, a dense cluster of curved blades had gathered before Ling Yuanzi. Every single blade was the same size, illusory yet real. They were completely composed of wind and clouds, pulsing with powerful energy. Go! Ling Yuanzi extended his hand and pointed at Jianshan. Immediately, all the curved blades gathered around him flew towards Jianshan, forming a prison that trapped Jianshan within. The prison continued to spin, cutting into Jianshan's body like a meat grinder. At the same time, the winds and clouds above Ling Yuanzi's head stirred. An even larger wind cloud blade had already condensed. The blade was 1,000 meters long and several dozen meters wide. It pierced the sky, radiating with great might, causing the sky to tremble. Jianshan, prepare to die. Ling Yuanzi sneered. With a thought, the huge wind cloud blade hovering above his head immediately descended, slashing towards Jianshan, who was trapped within the wind cloud blade formation. As the gigantic wind cloud blade descended, the space below was shattered, turning into darkness and nothingness. The huge wind cloud blade descended extremely quickly, arriving above Jianshan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ling Yuanzi had already revealed a smile of victory. He seemed to be able to see Jianshan die here. At this moment, Jianshan's cold voice rang out, "Ling Yuanzi, this battle skill of yours really is powerful. It's a pity that it's only a lesser Saint-tier battle skill and not a true Saint-tier battle skill." With that, a destructive presence radiated from the wind cloud blade formation. With a flash of black light, the wind cloud blade formation was instantly destroyed, turning into wild winds and clouds that permeated the surroundings. Jianshan appeared in the air, unscathed. He was calm and composed as he indifferently glanced at the huge wind cloud blade. Pointing his emperor armament at the sky, the Holy Emperor completely erupted with his battle prowess at the 7th heavenly layer. A huge, black sword chi broke free from the restraints of the Emperor armament, charging into the sky like a roaring dragon. Boom! The two supreme powers collided in the air, erupting with a deafening boom. The violent shockwaves seemed like they were going to destroy the world, obliterating space and collapsing mountains. The entire world shook violently. The huge wind cloud blade was destroyed and gradually dispersed in the air. Ling Yuanzi's joy vanished as well, replaced by a sunken expression. Chapter 972. Jianshan, I never thought that you would become so powerful in just a few short years, Ling Yuanzi said with a deep voice. Ling Yuanzi said in a deep voice, but in his heart there was a burst of anxiety, hoping that the powerhouses of Yuan school would come quickly. Jianshan said nothing. He charged toward Ling Yuanzi with the emperor armament in hand. His sharp eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. Ling Yuanzi became extremely stern as he watched Jianshan charge over. The current Jianshan was definitely a powerful existence that could threaten his life, yet the experts of the Yuan sect still had not arrived. If he continued to fight against Jianshan alone, he would not be able to escape death. Ling Yuanzi gritted his teeth as if he had finally made up his mind. He said with a deep voice, Jianshan, I'll spare your life for now. The next time we meet, you better pray for yourself. With that, Ling Yuanzi swung his arm through the air and directly ripped open a spatial crack. He used his abilities as a holy emperor to create a space gate, planning on escaping. Ling Yuanzi, don't even think about escaping. Jianshan roared at the sky. He swung the emperor armament and shot out a huge sword chi toward the space gate. The huge, black sword chi cut through space. Wherever the sword chi passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be left behind. It rapidly extended toward the space gate that Ling Yuanzi had created. Boom! The sword chi struck the space gate and with a great boom, the violent shock waves of energy shook up the surrounding space, obliterating a radius of several dozen meters and reducing it to darkness. The space gate was greatly affected by the constantly shaking space, directly collapsing, cutting off Ling Yuanzi's path of escape. Ling Yuanzi paled. As a great elder of a protector clan, a holy emperor with a great status, he had chosen to flee from a junior. This was already humiliating enough for him, yet the space gate he had created had actually been destroyed by his opponent, cutting off his hopes of escape. This immediately made Ling Yuanzi feel his face burn. He had been utterly humiliated. Not only had he been forced to flee by a junior, but he had also lost the ability to flee in front of the other party. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Overwhelming fury burned in Ling Yuanzi's chest. He coldly stared at Jianshan and determination filled his eyes. He yelled out, Jianshan, since my quasi-Saint-Tier battle skill, the Wind Cloud Blade formation, can't kill you, I'll let you have a taste of a true Saint-Tier battle skill. Ling Yuanzi had no other choice now. He could only fight with his back against the wall. He had been completely frightened by Jianshan's great battle prowess. He did not understand Jianshan's situation, so he did not know that Jianshan's comprehension of the mysteries of the world was still at the 7th heavenly layer. If he chose to flee with his speed, Jianshan would not be able to catch up. An extremely powerful energy radiated from Ling Yuanzi, causing his clothes to flutter and his hair to dance despite the lack of wind. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure radiated from the surroundings, causing the space in a radius of several dozen kilometers to become viscous. It was as if the pressure could freeze the space there. The pressure from the surroundings pressed down layer by layer, forming chains that wrapped tightly around Jianshan. It wanted to restrict his movements. Jianshan bellowed out. The chaotic Niden in his dantian wildly surged with strands of chaotic force, fusing with every inch of his flesh and blood. He pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit before suddenly jerking. He actually shattered the chains formed by the pressure of the surroundings, causing the space around him to violently tremble. As soon as Jianshan broke free, an extremely powerful pulse of energy appeared from up ahead. A huge finger had appeared before Ling Yuanzi. The finger was completely condensed from energy. It was 5 meters long and half a meter thick. It radiated with a terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding space to distort and blur. Jianshan finally became rather stern. Ling Yuanzi had finished charging his Saint-Tier battle skill. With his strength at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, his Saint-tier battle skill had already reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Jianshan felt slightly threatened. Jianshan, I refuse to believe that you can receive my Saint-tier battle skill safely. Die. Ling Yuanzi called out as he suddenly extended his hand toward Jianshan. Immediately, the huge finger condensed before him pierced through space, charging toward Jianshan with a devastating pressure. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and advanced instead of retreating. He charged at the huge finger without any fear. The Emperor armament in his hand suddenly expanded, going from 4 feet long to 10 meters in the blink of an eye. He slashed through space and stabbed at the huge finger. Boom! A deafening sound rang out in the surroundings. The Emperor armament and the huge finger collided violently. Powerful and terrifying ripples of energy ripped through the surroundings, causing the space there to darken. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. Jianshan began to rapidly retreat from the violent ripples of energy. He could not stop himself from being blown away. Before him, the finger formed from the Saint-tier battle skill did not disperse. It continued to pursue Jianshan without slowing down at all, except it had shrunk by a tenth. Jianshan bellowed out as the 10-meter-long Emperor armament in his hand drew a beautiful, black arc in the air, viciously striking the finger once again. With a boom, the finger shrank by a tenth again from Jianshan's strike. The violent ripples of energy struck Jianshan, causing him to retreat even faster. His clothes had been ripped to shreds, revealing his golden armor. The finger was at the Holy Emperor's 7th heavenly layer, on par with Jianshan, or even slightly weaker. However, it was still a Saint-tier battle skill after all. It was different from regular attacks. Unless there was an absolute difference in strength between the two sides, it would not be so easy to nullify it. Jianshan furiously roared out. He struck out as hard as he could 10 times in a row before finally dispersing the Saint-tier battle skill. It dispersed into the surroundings as surging energy. He was protected by the chaotic body, so although he was not injured, he was still reduced to a horrible shape. Why, you actually managed to block my Saint-tier battle skill without being injured. How is that possible? Ling Yuanzi was stunned as he stared at Jianshan in the distance in shock. He could not be any more shocked. He knew extremely well just how powerful his Saint-tier battle skill was. Even a 7th heavenly layer Holy Emperor would be slightly injured or even heavily injured if he blocked it. Jianshan was nowhere near as powerful as the Holy Emperor, yet he was able to nullify his Saint-tier battle skill so easily with his Emperor armament. He was not injured at all, which filled him with disbelief. Ling Yuanzi, you can't even injure me with a Saint-tier battle skill. I'd like to see just how you're going to fight me now. Jianshan laughed wildly as he used the illusory flash. He turned into a blur as he charged toward Ling Yuanzi. He began a close combat with Ling Yuanzi, engaging in a great battle. Ling Yuanzi clenched his teeth and endured, hoping to buy more time for the reinforcements to arrive. However, the difference in strength between him and Jianshan was just far too great. He was heavily injured after just a few exchanges. The bones in his chest had been shattered by a single kick from Jianshan, causing his entire chest to cave in. All his organs had ruptured while the wound on his neck was even worse. Half of his neck had been chopped off. If it were not for the fact that he had dodged quickly, his head probably would have been separated from his body. Just as Ling Yuanzi was in danger, a space gate suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, several tremendous presences radiated out. The reinforcements from the Yuan sect had finally arrived. Ling Yuanzi rejoiced. He no longer cared about his face as he called out for help. Yangzi, save me! Ling Yuanzi's miserable voice was clearly transmitted into the space gate, which immediately caused the space gate to form even faster. Jianshan's heart sank slightly. He knew that he did not have much time to kill Ling Yuanzi. He immediately attacked like a thunderbolt. His long sword pierced through the air and went straight for the space between Ling Yuanzi's eyebrows. Ling Yuanzi immediately used his scimitar to block in front of him. Although it had blocked Jianshan's fatal blow, it had also caused the injuries on his body to worsen, causing him to vomit blood incessantly. Jianshan's eyes were cold. He did not hesitate in the slightest. The second sword followed closely behind, breaking through the shackles of space, and continued to stab at the space between Ling Yuanzi's eyebrows as fast as lightning. Ling Yuanzi's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. There was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. In the face of Jianshan's thunderbolt sword, he, who had been continuously injured, no longer had the ability to resist. At this moment the space gate had stabilized. A white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stepped out of the space gate first. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Ling Yuanzi on the brink of death. His face immediately changed as he yelled out, "Stop!" The old man extended a finger and a powerful strand of energy immediately pierced through space, breaking through the limits of distance. It approached Jianshan in a single moment and viciously struck the Emperor armament that was stabbing at Ling Yuanzi. As soon as the Emperor armament came in contact with Ling Yuanzi's forehead, it was knocked away by the powerful strand of energy. The tiny strand of energy contained unbelievable power, actually causing Jianshan's arm to become numb. Jianshan was astounded. He knew that the strength of the person who had come was not something he could contend against, but he did not show any fear at all. He stabbed out with the Emperor armament once again, determined to kill Ling Yuanzi. "Don't you dare!" Yangzi was infuriated. With a wave of his hand, the wind in the surroundings kicked up. A hurricane that could pierce through the surroundings suddenly formed, whistling toward Jianshan. Jianshan's Emperor armament had already pierced through Ling Yuanzi's forehead. Just when it was halfway in, the hurricane arrived. The rapidly spinning wind seemed to have turned into sharp blades, constantly slicing at Jianshan's body. It caused intense pain to appear all over Jianshan's body. White marks immediately appeared on his tough body. At the same time, the violent wind actually pulled him back, preventing the Emperor armament from advancing any further. Instead, it slowly pulled out from Ling Yuanzi's forehead, unable to pierce through his soul and destroy it. Even so, it still caused unimaginable damage to Ling Yuanzi's Yuan spirit, causing him to uncontrollably release a scream. Soon after, the top of his head suddenly cracked open as a dim and lightless Yuan spirit escaped, flying towards the enraged Yangzi with lightning speed. Ling Yuanzi had actually abandoned his body and escaped with his soul. As soon as Ling Yuanzi's soul left his body, the head of his body exploded loudly. Strands of destructive, black energy penetrated his head, blasting it to pieces. Jianshan's body became more and more uncontrollable under the pull of the hurricane. Seeing Ling Yuanzi's soul escape, he immediately panicked. He directly swung his sword and shot out a powerful sword qi that tore through space, pursuing Ling Yuanzi's soul. Chapter 973. As soon as Ling Yuanzi struck out, the space before him immediately collapsed. A hand that was half a meter wide condensed in an instant, striking toward Jianshan with lightning-like speed as a blur. Jianshan became extremely stern. A tremendous pressure had locked onto him. The pressure did not come from Yangzi, but from the palm strike that Yangzi had casually struck out. Jianshan actually felt like he could not dodge the palm that was completely condensed from energy. It was as if no matter how he dodged, he would not be able to avoid the pursuit of the palm. Jianshan shivered inside. He switched from holding the Emperor armament with one hand to holding it with both hands. He raised the Emperor armament high above his head and swung out a few times with all his might. Several powerful sword qi tore through the air, shooting toward Yangzi's palm in a straight line. Yangzi's palm strike was unimaginably powerful. When the sword qi collided with the palm, they all dispersed, but the palm did not slow down at all. It continued toward Jianshan, but after being weakened by the sword qi, it had become much weaker. Bang! The palm of energy struck Jianshan mercilessly. Jianshan's chaotic body shattered in a single moment, and even the golden silk armor was unable to stop it. His entire chest caved in as his bones shattered inch by inch. A grunt rang out from Jianshan's throat. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he was blown away. He only stabilized himself after flying several kilometers. Jianshan was astounded. Yangzi's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Yangzi's casual palm strike still possessed such terrifying power after being weakened by several sword chi, which deeply shocked him. At this moment, the remaining great elders and saint rulers of the Yuan sect all emerged from the space gate. When they saw Ling Yuanzi's soul in Yangzi's hand, they were all shocked, but their shock was soon replaced by surging fury. They all glared at Jianshan viciously. Ling Yuanzi was injured by you. Who are you? How dare you injure a great elder of our protector sect? Are you tired of living? A great elder at the very front furiously yelled at Jianshan. He was filled with dignity. He's the Jianshan we're looking for. He's returned with the winged tiger, Ling Yuanzi's soul said weakly. What? He's Jianshan? Ling Yuanzi's words shocked all the people from the Yuan sect. They all stared at Jianshan in shock as disbelief filled their eyes. How is that possible? Jianshan is clearly only a saint ruler, yet this person is a holy emperor. It's impossible for him to be Jianshan. Ling Yuanzi, have you got the wrong person? A great elder from the Yuan sect asked in disbelief. He would never believe that someone could go from the third heavenly layer of saint ruler to the level of a holy emperor in just a few years. It's him. It can't be wrong. He heavily injured my soul with the Godfall technique back then. I'd recognize him even if he's turned to dust. Look, the little beast on his shoulder is the winged tiger, said Ling Yuanzi. Hearing this, the eyes of everyone from Yiyuan School suddenly converged on the little white tiger on Jianshan's shoulder. At this moment, the little white tiger was still firmly standing on Jianshan's shoulder, its pair of bright little eyes firmly staring at the group of people from Yiyuan School. Its fur had become somewhat messy under the impact of the violent energy aftermath, but it hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Jianshan silently circulated the chaotic force within him. The insane healing ability of the chaotic body was displayed perfectly at this moment. The wounds on his chest rapidly healed as his broken bones regrew. Jianshan could not help but sneer inside when he noticed how the people from the Yuan sect looked at the white tiger. A while later, a gleam of light flashed through Yangzi's eyes. He had finally confirmed the identity of the white tiger. His eyes burned with desire as he said, I can vaguely sense a pressure from it. It really is the winged tiger. It can't be wrong. After listening to the words of Yangzi, the complexions of all the powerhouses of Yiyuan School suddenly became excited. Each and every one of them looked at little white tiger with eyes full of greed, as if little white tiger was not a magical beast, but a priceless treasure. Fantastic! I never thought that we would encounter a winged tiger first. The winged tiger belongs to our Yuan sect now. Jianshan, you may have an emperor armament, but you're not our opponent. Hand over the winged tiger obediently. Don't force us to attack you. A grand elder of the Yuan sect laughed heartily, as if the winged tiger god was already in their pocket. Jianshan's face was filled with disdain. He pointed the emperor armament at the great elder and provoked, if you want the winged tiger god, feel free to come and take it. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. How arrogant! The great elder became furious. He wanted to charge up and fight Jianshan, but he was stopped by Yangzi. Yangzi slowly stepped forward and calmly stared at Jianshan. He said, Ling Fengzi, you're not his opponent. The winged tiger is extremely important. We need to take the winged tiger before the other protector clans arrive. We can't waste too much time, so let me do it. With that, Yangzi took a step forward. Immediately, a spatial ripple appeared beneath his feet, causing him to suddenly vanish. When he reappeared, he had crossed over 10 kilometers and was right in front of Jianshan. He extended his hand toward the white tiger on Jianshan's shoulder. Jianshan sneered. With a thought, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands immediately appeared in front of him, blocking Yi Yangzi's hand that reached for the white tiger. The sudden appearance of the divine hall surprised Yi Yangzi. His hand that reached for the white tiger froze in the air as surprise filled his eyes. He softly cried out, "That's the Holy Emperor's divine hall. I never thought that not only did you obtain an emperor armament, you even have a Holy Emperor's divine hall." The sudden appearance of the divine palace not only surprised Yi Yangzi, but also surprised the several Yi Yuan schools, Taishang elders, and many powerhouses behind him. Jianshan ignored everyone's surprise. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands suddenly expanded under his control, reaching several thousand meters in size in a single moment. It hovered in the air like a dark cloud. Jianshan flew into the divine hall with the white tiger. His loud voice rang out from within, "People of the Yi Yuan sect, I'd like to see just how you'll steal the winged tiger from me today. Bring it all on. I, Jianshan, will take all of you." Jianshan's voice was filled with arrogance. He was openly challenging the dignity of the Yi Yuan sect. Yi Yangzi's face paled. He furiously said, "Jianshan, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a Holy Emperor's divine hall. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Get out here." A vast and majestic energy fluctuation surged out from Yi Yangzi's body. It transformed into a huge palm that was several hundred meters in size in front of him. It ruthlessly slammed down on the 8 wastelands' divine hall. Boom! With a loud bang, the 8 wastelands' divine hall suddenly shook violently. However, it stabilized very quickly. Yi Yangzi's powerful palm strike was unable to damage the divine hall at all. At this time, the 8 wastelands' divine hall flew above Yi Yangzi's head. Then, it directly fell down from the sky. The huge base of the divine hall pressed down on Yi Yangzi's head and rapidly fell down. It seemed that it wanted to smash Yi Yangzi into the ground. Yi Yangzi was utterly infuriated when he sensed Jianshan's intentions. Although he could dodge, his pride and dignity as one of the most powerful experts on the Tian Yuan continent prevented him from dodging. Yi Yangzi raised his head and roared into the sky. Surging energy vibrated around his body, twisting the space around him. At the same time, the natural powers and the formless natural powers within a 10,000-mile radius began to gather, eventually forming hundreds of meter-wide palms that bombarded the base of the divine palace. He wanted to knock the divine palace away with his great power. However, even the hall elders of the Serpent God Hall were helpless against the 8 wastelands' divine hall. Although Yi Yangzi possessed the strength of a hall elder, he was just one person. How could he stop the divine hall from falling? He rapidly fell from the divine hall, drawing closer and closer to the ground. The great elders in the distance all sank when they saw this. One of them immediately yelled out, "Let's hurry over and help Yi Yangzi." The great elders and the saint rulers did not hesitate at all. They quickly flew toward the divine hall in an attempt to stop the 8 wastelands' divine hall with their combined strength. However, even if they worked together, they were still unable to stop the divine hall from falling. The divine hall continued to fall without slowing down at all, smashing into the ground heavily in the end. Boom! The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire land was shaking violently. Thick cracks appeared on the surrounding mountains. A huge crater had appeared where the divine hall had landed. The entire divine hall had disappeared into the horizon, sinking deep into the ground. All the experts of the Yuan sect, including the great elders, had been smashed into the ground by the divine hall. A few miles away, the ground suddenly burst open, and all the powerhouses of Yi Yuan School flew out from the underground passage outside the shrine. They were all covered in dust and dirt, and their bodies were in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in mud. Although they didn't suffer any serious injuries, the loss of face was more serious than killing them. They were one of the 10 great protector clans of the Tian Yuan continent, yet they had been reduced to such a horrible state by a junior. All the people of the Yuan sect felt humiliated. This was a great humiliation that they would never be able to wash away. Jianshan! Yangzi could no longer remain composed. He roared out furiously at the sky. His voice was filled with great fury and killing intent. At this moment, Yangzi's fury had reached its limit. Chapter 974. With a loud rumble, the 8 Wastelands shrine slowly rose from the ground and flew back into the sky. Jianshan's thunderous voice rang out from the 8 Wastelands shrine. You want to kill me? Come, I'd like to see how you're going to bury me here today. Jianshan was unforgiving. With the 8 Wastelands shrine protecting him, he completely disregarded the protector clans. He controlled the 8 Wastelands shrine to fly above the heads of the many experts of Yuan school. He wanted to do the same thing as before and smash them all into the ground. All the people of Yuan school had ashen complexions. Each and every one of them was trembling with anger. They were a dignified protector clan, respected and worshipped by everyone on the continent. Over the countless years, they had never been bullied to such an embarrassing state. Yangzi could no longer remain calm. He furiously said, Jianshan, don't think that you're the only one with a holy emperor shrine. My Yuan school also has one. Great elders, take the holy emperor shrine. With that, Yangzi waved his hand in the air. Immediately, a spatial crack was torn open, quickly forming a space gate that led to the interior of Yuan school. He then sucked with his hand, and a palm-sized shrine that had been enshrined on the altar immediately flew out. The shrine rapidly expanded in Yangzi's hand. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to 3,000 meters. Yangzi then flew into the shrine and controlled it to furiously crash into Jianshan's 8 Wastelands shrine. The other great elders also cut space to form a space gate. They then directly entered the space gate and disappeared. They had already returned to the protector clans to take the shrine. They were not as powerful as Yangzi, so they could not take the shrine like Yangzi. They could only return to the protector clans to take it. Because of some rules, the protector clans did not recognize the shrine as its master like Jianshan. Instead, they placed it in the clan and would not carry it with them. They would only take it out when they needed it and control it with a secret method. Boom! Yangzi's shrine violently collided with the shrine of the 8 Wastelands in the air. It immediately erupted with a deafening boom. The terrifying sound waves expanded in all directions as visible ripples, causing the mountains below to collapse. Many rocks were reduced to dust. Although the divine halls did not possess much offensive power, they still possessed the power of saint emperors. The collision of the 2 divine halls in the air was like a battle between 2 saint emperors. Just the sound waves were enough to kill heaven's saint masters. The sound waves were so powerful that they could rip apart the soul of any heaven saint master. If the shrine's shrine holy emperor of flame, the sound waves would be enough to annihilate all the people in the sky. If they were to fight in the sky to fight in the city, the sound waves would be enough to annihilate all the people in the city. After the collision, the 2 divine halls remained unscathed. However, the powerful recoil forced the 2 divine halls back rapidly. Both sides had unleashed their true power. As soon as the shrines stabilized, they continued to control the shrines to collide with each other. The battle was earth-shattering, causing countless mountains to collapse. Very soon, the other great elders of the Yuan sect all took out their shrines. Each of them controlled a shrine. Including the one controlled by Yangzi, there were a total of 5 shrines in the air. They aggressively collided with Jianshan's shrine of the 8 Wastelands to vent their anger. Arg! Jianshan bellowed out. He showed no fear at all. He controlled the shrine of the 8 Wastelands to collide with the 5 shrines in front of him in an unstoppable manner. Now, the battle between Jianshan and the Yuan sect had evolved into a clash between shrines. Although neither side was able to injure the other, the battle was extremely intense. The impact of the collision between the 6 divine palaces was even more powerful. The terrifying sound waves wreaked havoc between the heaven and earth, tearing the void apart. The mountains below collapsed one by one. Even the vitality of the heaven and earth was affected greatly, and began to violently riot. The 6 shrines collided time and time again in the air, erupting with great disturbances that alarmed all the peak experts on the continent. In an unknown void in Mercenary City, Tianjian, who was dressed in white, sat cross-legged in the void within the floating divine palace. His eyes were slightly closed and his eyebrows had already turned slightly white. Before Tianjian sat the black-robed Ming Dong and the half-naked Tai Ta. The two of them had been cultivating under Tianjian's personal guidance for the past few years, so their rate of improvement could be described as godly. Both of them radiated with dense presences at this moment. Suddenly, Tianjian's eyes snapped open. A gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. He cast his gaze into the distance, as if he could see through space. It's actually a clash between 6 shrines. 5 of them belong to the Protector Yuan sect, so who controls the last one? They're actually bold enough to oppose the Protector Yuan sect, Tianjian softly murmured. With a single movement, he vanished. On the outskirts of the Cross mountain range, in a quiet little valley, a white-haired old farmer was barefooted in the mud, constantly waving the hoe in his hand to dig the soil. Suddenly, the old man's indifferent gaze sharpened at that moment. He stared into the distance in interest and even stopped swinging the hoe in his hand. What powerful shockwaves! Who's fighting? Have the experts of the Beast God continent come again? The old farmer murmured in a low voice. Then, he closed his eyes and used a secret technique to spy on what was happening in the distance. After a while, he sighed. It turns out that someone is controlling a divine palace to confront Yuan school. I don't know who is controlling the divine palace, but he dares to openly provoke the 10 great guardian families. However, this matter has nothing to do with me. I've already left the Tianyuan continent and will no longer interfere with the matters of the continent. As long as the experts of the Beast God continent don't invade and little Fatty's life is not threatened, I won't care even if the sky falls down. As soon as he reached there, the old farmer paused. Surprise flashed through his eyes and he said in surprise, "Strange. Why do I feel a familiar presence from the Divine Hall? It seems to be related to the cultivation method of our Bloodsword sect. Who's controlling the Divine Hall?" The old farmer frowned heavily. He lowered his head in thought before mumbling to himself, "No, I have to go take a look." The old farmer swung the hoe in his hand and used it to rip open a space gate. He walked through the space gate barefoot with the hoe in his hand. A large mirror of water hovered in another region of space. It played the battle between the 6 divine halls. Below the mirror, a white-robed, evil-looking, middle-aged man lay on a patch of grass as he watched with interest. It was as if he was watching a wonderful show. I never thought that Jianshin would become so powerful after just a few years. It really is unbelievable. Now that Jianshin is protected by the Divine Hall, I'd like to see just how the 10 Protector clans are going to take the winged tiger from him. Back then, the 10 Protector clans spent quite a lot of effort fighting for the winged tiger. They did everything they could to find Jianshin and obtain the winged tiger. Now that Jianshin has returned and the winged tiger is by his side, I wonder how the 10 Protector clans will react when they discover that they can't take the winged tiger from Jianshin. I really look forward to that moment. I'll definitely witness the 10 Protector clans being humiliated. The middle-aged man on the grass snickered evilly. At this time, a very beautiful woman in her 20s walked over leisurely from afar. She lamented, "Husband, this concubine seems to be pregnant. You didn't even come to accompany me." The young and beautiful woman's tone was full of complaints. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the mirror in the sky immediately shattered. Afterward, he stood up and made his way toward the woman with a wide smile. "Ha ha ha, My 88th child is finally about to be born. Beyond the sea, at the bottom of the lunisolar cave on the fog-shrouded Dragon Island, the starlight still shone brightly. It dyed the lunisolar cave into a cosmos, which was extremely mesmerizing. At this moment, the calm space of the moon-star cave suddenly began to ripple. Two figures slowly materialized from nothingness. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other was an old man in his 70s. They were Ruijin and the mutated crocodile Blackfish, who had been separated from Jianchen all those years ago. Almost 10 years had passed, but the two of them had not changed at all. Their complexions were the same as before, and their clothes were neat and tidy. They were not damaged at all. The only difference was that the two of them seemed like completely ordinary people right now. They seemed extremely ordinary. Ruijin glanced around and murmured, "We've finally returned. Let's go find Jianchen quickly. We can't let anything happen to him, or I, Ruijin, will never be able to see my clansmen again." Blackfish nodded. "Jianchen is from the Tianyuan continent, so he should be there. Let's go find him there." The 8 Wastelands Divine Hall under Jianchen's control continued to clash with the 5 Divine Halls of the Yuan sect. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, and neither side was willing to stop. As they fought, the space in the surroundings silently cracked open, forming over a dozen space gates. Experts constantly emerged from them, and every single one of them possessed the strength of a holy emperor. In just a few seconds, several dozen holy emperor-level experts had gathered. The 10 great clans of the Tianyuan continent had finally gathered once again. Aside from them, the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian, and the Sect Master of the Bloodsword Sect, Houston, were also present. As soon as they emerged from the space gates, they all stared at the 6 divine halls that were violently clashing in the air. Surprise filled their faces. Houston did not glance at the 5 divine halls of the Yuan sect. Instead, he stared fixedly at the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall under Jianchen's control. His face was filled with mixed emotions, as well as endless doubt. He softly murmured, "That's right. It can't be wrong. This divine hall really is related to the cultivation method of our Bloodsword sect. I can actually sense a sliver of power from the divine hall. However, the forging divine hall is the ability of the Holy Emperor. Our Bloodsword sect has never produced a Holy Emperor, so who is controlling the divine hall? Where did this divine hall come from, and who created it?" Chapter 975. Jianchen and the great elders of the Yuan sect had obviously discovered the arrival of the 10 protector clans, but they did not stop. Jianchen fought alone with the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall, fighting 1 against 5. Without any fear, he rammed into the 5 Divine Halls of the Yuan sect, becoming more and more courageous as he fought. The collision of the 6 Divine Halls alarmed many Holy Emperor experts on the continent. After the people from the protector clans arrived, space gates appeared one after another in the surroundings. Holy Emperor experts of various ages walked out one after another. There were ancestors of ancient clans and some hermit. Among them was Chongyang Zuyunshao, who lived in Chongyang Prefecture in Lore City. As soon as they arrived, their eyes fell on the 6 palaces that were constantly colliding with each other. They were all guessing who was controlling the palaces and who dared to openly challenge the dignity of the 10 great guardian families and make an enemy of Yuan sect. The 5 great elders of the Yuan sect fought with Jianchen's 8 Wastelands Divine Hall for quite some time. Seeing that they were unable to do anything to the other side, they finally could not help themselves and loudly said, "Everyone, the ancient winged tiger is in that divine hall. Please assist us in destroying the divine hall and capturing the winged tiger." The words of the great elders were shocking everyone in the surroundings. They immediately looked at the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall in disbelief. "Is that true, Ling Tian? Is the ancient divine beast really hiding in that divine hall?" The Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian, asked with a heavy voice. He was surprised and doubtful. That's impossible. Isn't the winged tiger by Jianshan's side? And Jianshan has gone to the sea realm, so the winged tiger is naturally there as well. How could it suddenly appear in that divine hall? Don't fool us, Ling Tian. Yuan sect, don't tell me you can't deal with the enemy, so you're purposely misleading us with false information so that you can borrow our strength to deal with the enemy. Yuan School's Supreme Elder Ling Tianzi's words caused a huge sensation. The 10 great guardian clans of Tianyuan continent and the people of Mercenary City all voiced their doubts. This matter was related to the ancient mythological beast, the winged tiger. None of them could stay out of it. Houston, the ancient clans, and the idle Holy Emperor didn't say anything. Although the winged tiger was tempting them, they knew that this wasn't something they could participate in. The only thing they could do was to watch the show. Everyone, i.e. Jinzi, can guarantee that Ling Fengzi's words are true. The ancient winged tiger is indeed in the Divine Hall, and the person controlling the Divine Hall is Jianshan, who fled to the sea realm with the winged tiger in the past. At the same time, one of our supreme elders, Ling Yuanzi, has been beaten to a pulp by Jianshan. A supreme elder's voice rang out from the Divine Hall. What? The person controlling the Divine Hall is Jianshan? The people of the 10 great clans all cried out. They all found it hard to believe. Tianjian's eyes immediately shone with a golden light. He stared at the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands in interest as shock filled his face. Houston carried a hoe forged from an ordinary piece of metal on his shoulder. His deep eyes also shone brightly as he stared at the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. Disbelief filled his eyes as well. The Holy Emperor ancestors gathered in the surroundings were all shocked. They had heard of Jianshan's name in the past few years, but none of them had thought that Jianshan, who was clearly only a saint ruler in their eyes, would actually be the person who controlled the Divine Hall and fended off the Yuan sect. All of them found it hard to believe. The people from the protector clans of Changyang Prefecture became excited after being shocked. In particular, Changyang Zhu Yunshao and Changyang Zhu Shao became even more excited. This was because not only was Jianshan a member of the Changyang Prefecture, but he was also a member of their Zhu branch. Jianshan has actually returned, and he's become so powerful. Fantastic, truly fantastic. I'll go bring Kong immediately, Changyang Zhu Yunshao said with a trembling voice before immediately ripping open a space gate and leaving. I never thought that the mighty Yuan sect would ask for help from a junior. I've finally witnessed it today. Jianshan's voice rang out from the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. His voice was filled with mockery. Jianshan, you're far too arrogant. Do you really think that my Yuan sect can't do anything to you if you hide in the Divine Hall? Yangzi angrily said. Jianshan's blatant provocation made everyone in the Yuan school feel like they had lost face. Tianjian and Houston immediately rejoiced when they heard Jianshan's familiar voice. If they had any doubts about Jianshan's identity before, they were completely convinced now. I never thought that he would actually return, and that he would return so quickly. This has greatly exceeded my expectations. Tianjian smiled happily. It's good that you've returned. You still need to take back what was taken from you back then. Jianshan, your accomplishments have already far exceeded my expectations. However, young people are still far too impulsive. A single Divine Hall can't do anything to a protector clan, Houston also softly murmured. At this moment, the other 7 protector clans aside from the Changyang Prefecture and the Pure Heart Pavilion all stepped forward. They vaguely surrounded Jianshan. The contest between Jianshan and the Yuan sect finally came to an end. Several supreme elders of the Yuan sect came out of the Divine Hall one after another. They gathered together and stared coldly at Jianshan. Their faces were green with anger. Jianshan controlled the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall to float in the air. His figure appeared on top of the Divine Hall. He stared expressionlessly at the 10 protector clans who had already surrounded him. There was no trace of fear on his face. On his shoulder, the kitten-sized white tiger also stood up with its head held high. Its pair of small eyes stared coldly at the 10 protector clans. Its body naturally exuded an aura of disdain for the world. It had the majesty of a divine beast. Although the white tiger was young and immature, it was full of intelligence. It also knew that the group of people around it were bad guys. Everyone, look, that's the winged tiger. As soon as the white tiger was exposed, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, including the 10 protector clans, everyone shifted their gazes from Jianshan to the white tiger. Their eyes were filled with greed. Jianshan could not help but sneer when he saw the expressions of the people around him. He proudly said, "The winged tiger is on me. If you want it, then go ahead." As he spoke, a tremendous presence radiated from Jianshan. It caused the surrounding space to tremble and blur, shocking everyone. This was because the strength of the presence had already reached the level of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. How is this possible? He was clearly only a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler back on the Tianyuan continent. How has he become a holy emperor now? In just 10 short years, his strength has increased to such a level. Everyone was shocked, including the people from the protector clans. Only the people from the Yuan sect who had witnessed Jianshan's strength remained composed. At this moment, the Emperor armament was drawn out of Jianshan's space ring. Immediately, a terrifying energy that caused the expressions of many Holy Emperor experts present to change began to radiate from the Emperor armament. It had reached the level of the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor's strength at the 7th heavenly layer had far surpassed many of the Holy Emperor experts present. There were only a handful of people who could suppress Jianshan. Jianshan had already displayed his full strength. He could not hold back at all against the protector clans. Today, he wanted everyone to know that the reason why Jianshan dared to oppose the protector clans was not only because of the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall, but also because of his own strength. The current him was no longer the Saint King from 10 years ago that all Saint Emperors would disdain. Everyone present gasped. At this moment, the hearts of many people could not help but begin to thump. Jianshan's current strength was enough to make many people tremble. Tianjin and Houston had become stunned. The two of them stared at Jianshan in shock as their hearts churned. The two of them were the people who had come into contact with Jianshan the earliest. When Jianshan was only an Earth Saint Master, Tianjin and Houston already knew about Jianshan. As a result, the two of them knew about Jianshan's growth extremely well. However, they were unable to connect him to the puny Earth Saint Master from back then when they saw how he dared to openly provoke the Protector clans in such high spirits. The people from the Protector clans looked at each other. Back then, they had tried to steal the winged tiger because they did not take a saint ruler like Jianshan seriously at all. Now that Jianshan's strength had skyrocketed and reached such an unbelievable level, their opinion of Jianshan immediately changed drastically. Just Jianshan's strength was enough for the Protector clans to take him seriously, let alone the fact that he also had a divine hall, which made him even more difficult to deal with. Aside from that, Jianshan's background was extremely special as well. He was a member of the Protector clan of Chongyang Prefecture. The people from the Protector clans all looked at each other and hesitated. They were unwilling to miss out on such a great opportunity to obtain the winged tiger so easily, so they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. The great elders from the Yangjizong Protector clan also hesitated. Jianshan had destroyed a branch of the Yangjizong in the past. Originally, they wanted to use this as an excuse to make a fuss, but now that they had witnessed Jianshan's strength, they began to hesitate. They did not know whether they should continue using this matter to ask for an explanation from Jianshan. The Yuan sect would not let Jianshan off so easily. A great elder called out, "Jianshan, you injured the great elder of our Yuan sect, Ling Yuanzi. You must give us an explanation for this matter."